Hi guys, this is Razer Masterclass. I am John Vincent Almodal, aka Bigor. Been playing competitively in PUBG Mobile more than 2 years now. Nag-start ako mag-PUBG 2019. Puro ano lang ako na. Na-discover ako ni Alas nun kasi nakikita niya ata yung mga laro kasi nagla-live ako nun. Tapos minessage niya ako nun kasi season nun ng PMCO, full split. Tapos kinulang siya ng player. Tapos yun nga, minessage niya ako. Tapos dun nag-start yung journey ko sa Pubgm competitive scene. Kasi nanalo kami nun tapos lumipad kami sa China. Tapos nung lumipad kami sa China, hindi kami pinalo dun kasi pang 17 lang kami out of 24 teams. Kailangan dun ay 16 para mag-advance sa semifinals ng PMCO. Tapos after nun, umuwi kami dito, pinalitan yung team name namin na Blacklist, which is yun nga, part ako dati ng Blacklist. And then, nag-iwalay na kami ni Alas after a year siguro. Lumipat na ako sa iba-ibang team hanggang sa ngayon, nasa ano na ako, Gids International. In this masterclass, I will teach you the most important things to do when playing PUBG Mobile. Masaya naman po na minsan nakaka-stress kung matalo man po. Siyempre, hindi po may iwasan na may masabi yung mga tao sa laro nyo. Pag pro player ka po talaga, kailangan natitiis mo yung mga binabato sa'yo ng mga tao. Tsaka dapat may tiwala ka palagi sa sarili mo. Usually sa isang team ng PUBG Mobile, merong 4 hanggang 6 na players. Una yung captain, meron din tinatawag na IGL, tapos fragger, may support fragger, at meron din pong support. Yung team captain ng team, which is nakadepende po rin yun sa kanila kung siya rin po yung IGL nila. Ang IGL po ay ang taga-shot call ng team, taga-plano kung ano pong gagawin nila sa laro. Ang fragger po ay isa sa pinakamagaling sa buong team, which is tawagin sa atin ay weapon master. Ang support naman po or support fragger is ang taga-sunod po or backup sa fragger ng team. Importante ang support fragger or support sa team kasi siya yung humahanap ng pwesto para matulungan yung fragger or ma-off guard yung kalaban kung magpupush na yung fragger. Pinaka magagaling na team ko sa PUBG is gagayahin nyo, which is the Chinese teams. Nagko-consist po yun ng 3 rusher po tapos isang IGL. Meron po tayong 6 na mapa sa PUBG Mobile ginagamit sa rank games, which is Erangel, Libik, SANHOK, MIRAMAR, Bikendi at Karakin. Pero 3 lang po dito ang ginagamit sa competitive scene ng PUBG Mobile, which is the Erangel, MIRAMAR at SANHOK. I suggest they play more in MIRAMAR map because the terrain is hard and the map is big. I suggest sa mga baguang player na mag-hot drop kayo para matuto sa laro tsaka para magkaroon kayo ng awareness. Pero kung alam nyo naman sa sarili nyo kaya nyo ng lumaban early fights at gusto nyo taasan yung chance nyo manalo, is siguro mag-drop muna kayo sa labas ng mga hot. In the early game, I suggest na mag-loot sila sa malalaking city and ubusin yung mga kalaban doon syempre. At pagtapos nun, pinaka-importante is mag-loot din sila sa mga airdrop na tinatawag. Kung sa classic lang or rank games, anytime naman pwede kang lumaban kahit kailan mo gusto kasi naglalaro ka dito para maka-experience at para lumakas yung loob mo. Pero pagdating po sa competitive, as much as possible po is iwasan natin yung early fights at prioritize po muna natin na pumasok sa zone. Pinaka-common na hot drop sa Erangel siguro is Pochinki, Giorgio Pol at Military Base. Sa Miramar map naman po, ang pinaka-hot drop po doon na 3 ay Pecado, Hacienda at yung San Martin. Sa SANHOK map naman po ay Bootcamp, Paradise Resort at Painan. Importanteng may scout ka sa team kasi siya yung kumukuha ng information kung saan kayo pupunta or siya yung nagsasabi sa IGL nyo na tinatawag kung anong nakikita niya at kung anong pwedeng mangyari kung tutuloy kayo sa pupuntahan nyo. Ang in-game leader ang pinaka-importante sa team kasi siya yung nagbibigay ng mga chat call sa team. Tapos siya din nagpaplano kung anong gagawin at anong magandang. Importante ang sniper role kasi siya yung gumagawa ng mga crucial knock para sa team para makapag-push at mag-advance sa compound or sa zone. Importante rin na may support kayo sa team para in case na kailanganin ng tinatawag nating fragger sa team nyo ng tulong is madali niyang matutulungan yung fragger ng team nyo. Rusher at fragger is may similarities sila pero ang pinagkaiba nun is yung rusher, taga-initiate siya or taga-crush ng compound. Pag may nanak man siya or ganun, dun na susugod yung tinatawag nating fragger ng team. Yung old meta po kasi is, for me, loot, tapos early rotate, pwesto, avoid team fights, and so on, papuntang late game. Since nagbago po ng point system si PUBG Mobile sa pro scene, nagbago rin po yung meta ng game. Bali, ang ibang teams po na top teams, priority na po nila pagkatapos mag-loot is pumatay po early game. Tamang oras sa pag-disengage, siguro pag napapansin yung masyado ng maraming tao sa paligid or may mga gustong lumapit habang may kinakalaban kayong team or player. Ang mabibigay ko lang na tips pag dating ng late game or final circle is pinaka-importante is huwag kayong magmadali, tapos huwag nyo ipilit kung hindi na kaya pumasok, i-priority nyo na lang pumatay ng kalaban sa labas na. Sa team namin siguro pinaka-importante talaga is may madown muna kami isa bago kami sumugod. Kasi kung hindi naman crucial yung nangyayari, hindi talaga kami nag-push. Pero yun nga, pag may nanakamit talaga na isa, matik na yun, ubus sila. Napoprotektahan ko yung mga kampi ko by using smoke. Kasi smokes talaga pinaka-importante din yan pagdating ng late games kung wala kayong solid na cover. Sa Erangel, siguro priority dapat ng team is makakuha ng pwesto kasi may mga open fields din dun at mga pwesto na limitado lang puntahan kasi marami kang pwedeng daanan na teams. Ganun. Sa Miramar naman siguro ganun din kasi mahirap kumuha ng pwesto doon kasi puro bundok tapos wala rin masyadong mga bahay. Ganun. Sa SANHOK naman siguro ang pinaka the best na gawin doon kung hindi nyo na kayang pumasok talaga is ibigay nyo sa isa yung player yung lahat ng panghil nyo tapos gagawin nyo yung tinatawag nating healing. Ang pinaka the best siguro na kailangan nating iwasan sa lahat ng mapa is yung tinatawag nating choke point. Importante rin na i-study natin kung saan nagro-rotate yung mga kalaban, saan sila usually pumupwesto para in case na mapadaan tayo sa pwesto nila or sa pinagro-rotatean nila, at least alam natin kung saan may kalaban o wala, kung saan safe. Pag mag-isa na lang ako, pagdating sa Erangel map, ang ginagawa ko usually is tatry kong pumunta sa gitna ng circle tapos maghanap siguro ng doon, bush or small house kung tinatawag sa atin, tapos doon na ako magtatago. Pagdating naman sa Miramar, yun nga, wala masyadong doon, mga small house na kung tawagin sa atin. Pero kung siswertein kayo at mapasok kayo sa zone na may mga bush na malalaki, pwede kayong magtago doon. Pero kung wala na kayong choice, pwede kayong sigurong smoke na lang kayo sa kotse nyo tapos doon lang kayo sa passenger seat. Sa SANHOK map naman, marami kang pwede taguan doon ng mga bush or mga damuhan. Pero pinaka the best siguro is kung pasok sa bilog yung river ng SANHOK, doon ka na lang kasi mahirap ka naman puntahan doon at hindi ka mababaril pag nandun sila. Ang pinakamaganda gawin kung gusto niyo nang lumaban is syempre mag-boost muna kayo para bumilis yung movement nyo. Tapos yung support nyo is kailangan makakuha ng advantage points sa gusto nyong puntahan or gusto nyong i-rush na kalaban. Tapos pinaka-importante din sa lahat, kailangan nyo talaga ng crucial knock para dire-diretso na kayo at hindi nyo na problemahin yung number ng kalaban. Usually ang ginagawa namin kapag na third party ay ginagamit na namin lahat ng smoke namin kasi hindi naman importante yung smoke nyo kung patay na kayong lahat. Pero mas mataas yung rate kung gagamitin nyo na lahat ng smoke nyo para lang makaalis sa pwesto nyo pwede kayong i-third party. So right now we will watch one of our best games with my team, and this is the grand finals of Mineski Masters final game. So yun guys, play na natin. Ano na lang kami dito, nakikita nyo sa upper right ng screen, 4 na teams na lang kami dyan. Tapos 2 team lang yung nasa below, which is kami at yung Key Esports. Nakikita nyo si Portro, which is yung IGL namin. Kumukuha lang siya ng info sa loob ng zone. So yun yung M4 dito, kita natin na hindi sila masyado pasok sa bilog at nag-decide yung sync na team na mag-push sa kanila, which is medyo na-delay sila ng konti doon para mag-decide kung saan pupunta. So ayun, nakikita natin dito yung M42 tsaka yung KHI na nasa reach sila kung tinatawag. Isa to sa mga pinakamagandang gawin kung nasa late zone na kayo kasi safe na safe dito at napakahirap niyong i-push. So nakikita nyo, umaangat-angat kami dyan para makita namin tong M42 na team kasi naririnig namin nagbabarilan sila. Gusto na sana namin gawin dyan is wag na silang papasokin sa zone, pero yun nga, napakalapit lang nila, kailangan lang nilang gawin is tumawid. Parang binate nila yung last guy ng sync para sumilip kasi narinig niyang nagbagi yung M42, which is ano lang yun, fake lang kasi may nakabang talaga sa kanya para pagsisilip siya, yun, nangyari sa kanya, patay siya. Dito guys, may kita niya na medyo napulado yung kakampi ko sa si Edoten kasi mangyayari kasi minsan yung sa team nyo guys na gusto nila minsan gawin yung isang bagay kahit risky, pero yun nga, nasa sa inyo rin yan na pigilan yun kasi hindi lang naman siya yung player sa team niya. So ay nag-close na yung circle. Isa sa player ng M42 ay nauna na. Parang in-scout siguro nila kung may tao ba sa bilog. 2 team na yung pasok sa circle, kita nyo. M42 tsaka KHI. Kami na lang yung hindi pasok. So ang gagawin namin, syempre, kukuha kami ng spot sa circle na maganda puntahan. So kung makikita nyo dito, si fourth row nakaiwalay sa amin sa bandang right side. So ayan, yung open space na to, tinitingnan nyo yan kung pwedeng pwestuhan or kung may tao. Tapos nandito kami 3 nakabang sa M42. Sinusubukan namin silang huwag papasukin sa circle. Tapos yan, may info naman na dito si fourth row sa bandang right side na pwedeng pumasok dito kasi walang tao. So yun yung pwede namin gawin pag closing na talaga ng circle. So yun, nakikita nyo, si Claire dito ng M42 ay napapalaban sa team ng KHI. So ito, nakikita nyo si fourth row, sumakay na siya ng buggy para pumunta sa pwestong na scout niya na or na kita niya na bago kami pumasok. Ay na, closing na yung circle. Papasok na yung buong team ng M42 kay Claire kasi siguro sinabi niyang clear na dyan, tsaka may reach naman sila dyan. And nung nakita namin nag-rotate na yung M42, tapos nakapasok sila sa zone, wala na kaming babantayan doon sa side na yun, so nag-decide na rin kami pumasok tsaka lumapit sa circle. Nakikita niyo yung ginagawa dito ni Edo10, nagka-flank siya sa bandang right side. Dahil nakita namin sa kill feed na may mga na-down na 3 player. So ayan, nakakita siya, nakapitas siya ng isa sa KHI. Ang pwesto namin ngayon dito is 2-2 split kung tawagin sa atin. Ginagamit yung 2-2 split para mas malaki yung sakop niya sa circle. Kasama ko dito si Blanks nun. Alam namin nandito yung buong team ng M42 kasi dyan namin sila nakitang pumasok. So ang ginawa na lang namin dyan, gumamit kami ng mga trouble tulad ng nade tsaka molotov. Tingnan niyo si Claire dito sa noob. So yun, na-down ako dito ng isang KHI. Pero may na-down din sa kanila kaya hindi sila agad-agad nakapag-push. Ito yung advantage ng rage na sinasabi ko sa inyo. Mahirap i-push kung naka-rage yung kalaban kasi kung magpupush ka, kitang-kita ka, sila hindi mo kita. Sisilip lang sila sa inyo mabilis, pwede ka nang manak. Yan, marami ring nananak sa kanila. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na importansya pag nag-2-2 split. May bumabaril sa kanila sa left side tapos meron din sa right side. Yan, mahirap i-counter to lalo na kung sama-sama kayong apat. Tsaka wala na kayong ibang pwedeng puntahan. So, di rin alam ng KCHI kung saan sila silip dito kasi nakatuto-split nga kami. Kung mag-push man sila kila Edo 10, makikita namin sila. Or kung mag-push yung KCHI sa amin, makikita sila nila Edo 10. So dito, nahihirapan din umangat yung KCHI kasi nakatuto-split kami. Hindi nila alam kung saan sisilip. Kung mag-push man sila dito kila Edo, makikita namin sila. Or kung mag-push sila sa amin, makikita sila dito sa part na to, makikita nyo hindi na masyado sumisilip yung KHI kasi alam nilang pwede silang mabaril both sides. So, nag-iingat na rin sila sa part na to. 3 seconds na lang, mag-close na yung circle. So, wala nang choice yung KHI kundi lumaban at gamitin na yung utilities nila. Nakikita niyo dito, nakakuha ng crucial knock yung KHI para makapag-initiate ng push sa amin. So, tingnan nyo ang sunod na mangyayari dito. And, naka-down si Edo, which is trade knock sa KHI. Na-down din siya pagkatapos nun. Inisip na ngayon ng KHI is mas maraming tao dito sa left side kasi sumilip si Edo 10 dito. 2 down sa KHI, 2 din down sa amin. Pagka down ng 2 sa amin, naka-down din ako ng isa sa KHI, which is napaka-open talaga ng pwesto nila sa pwesto ko. So nakikita natin dito, 2 down sa amin, 2 din down sa KHI. Napaka-crucial na ito kung pagbabasihan natin kasi 2v2 situation na to. And ang magandang nagawa ko naman dito is naka-down ulit ako ng isa para maging 2v1. Kitang-kita yung pwesto ni Tyra sa pwesto ko dito. Kaya madali ko siyang napitas dito sa last second ng laro. So ito yung result ng last game. Kita nyo naman marami kaming napatay. Yung 2 team sa baba namin is hindi masyado. So kaya kami nag-champion dito. So that's it for my game breakdown of our Mineski Master Grand Finals final game. Ang top 3 guns na marirecommend ko sa mga beginners sa PUBG is M4 for recoil control. For close encounter naman is mga SMG tulad ng UMP or OC ganun. Sa sniper naman, pinakamadali gamitin is yung Kar 90. Ang pinaka-importante sigurong gawin para maging pro player sa PUBG is mag-practice lang ng mag-practice at sumali sa mga tournament na official ni PUBG tulad ng PMCO, ganun. At yun, continue to improve the gameplay of your teams. Madedetermine mo siguro yung role mo kung kunwari gusto mong maging lagi kang nasa harapan ng kalaban, lagi mong gusto mo sumusugod. Yun siguro pwede ka sa fragger or rusher na role. Kung gusto mo naman na ikaw yung shot caller or gusto mong pag-aralan yung mga kalaban nyo, pwede kang maging IGL nyo. Gusto mo namang sa likod ka lang ng rusher nyo or fragger, tsaka gusto mong kumuha lang ng mga pwesto para ma-off-guard yung kalaban, pwede ka sa role ng support. Mahalaga na mag-scrims kayo kasama yung team nyo kasi dito nahuhubog yung chemistry nyo. Dito nyo rin pwedeng itry yung mga bagong gameplay na pwedeng gawin sa tournament. Play safe or rush gameplay, ganun. So yun, napaka-importante na mag-scrims kayo kasama. So that's it guys. Thank you for watching today's Razer Masterclass. I hope you learned a lot from me, and if you want to learn more about competitive plays, you can search my YouTube or Facebook account. It's Bigger Gaming. That is it guys. Thank you.
Make it clap. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go!
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Time check here in the Philippines. It's already past 6 p.m. and welcome back to the Razer Invitational 2022 PUBG Mobile Edition. This is Aya Isberia representing the Philippines, and we are back to wrap up again the PUBGM division for today. And today will be the last day for the series with 4 maps to go, where teams will rumble and tumble in a battle royale to claim the title of Grand Champion. So are you guys ready for it? If you're ready, scream it in the chat. And for those of you who are still unaware, Razer Invitational features the top teams in Southeast Asia to battle it out for the $30,000 US prize pool and to pave the way for the upcoming SEA Games. The tournament is, of course, sanctioned by the SEA Games Federation and is presented by Razer, by gamers, and for gamers. So, just to give you a quick rundown of the top 5 regions, outperforming the others today are the following. We have Thailand, Indonesia, Brunei, Myanmar, and Cambodia, but we'll be showing you a tally of the scores later on as the casters get into it. And speaking of the casters, we'll be seeing these amazing casters bring the games back to life, and we will also see see these titans or powerhouses clash in the battlefield of Miramar to now officially start the round number 9. Here's our casters hailing all the way from Malaysia. Choo Choo and Sir Cloud, take it away.
Yep. We are these amazing casters. Cloud. Thank you so much, Aya. How are you feeling today?
Amazing, because it's already the last day. Definitely will crown somebody today, but who will it be? Will it be a comeback from some of the teams, or will it be a dominating team coming back from day 1 to day 3? Can't wait to see that. But thank you so much as well to our host, Aya, for hosting the show and bringing the intro to our show today. Can't wait to get the first game started for day number 3.
Yep, that's kind of true. And those of you just join us, we have been going on for 3 days, and hopefully you're going to stay tuned for the last day here for the PUBG Mobile division for Razer Invitational South Asia 2022, where 9 out of 11 countries in South Asia actually duking it out for this time. And if I'm not mistaken, the uniqueness of this tournament itself comprises of 18 instead of 16 teams. Even the point system a bit different, but we do know the fact that the point system, when it comes to the ending of the show itself, will be very different as well.
Yeah, it definitely will be very different, as the points need to be accumulated for both teams in order for us to determine who will be the ultimate champion. So if one team goes down, the other team need to kind of like give a little bit of a moral support, say, hey guys, you got to pick yourselves up because we got to accumulate our points. But speaking about points, Choo Choo, we'll be recapping the points as of yesterday.
Yep, when it comes to team as it is, number 1 still at the number 1 spot. Again, Thai finish it off with 131 points, while Bruneians, second day, they had it going. Entire day for them, push up from the bottom 9, I have to say, up to the second place here with 120 points. The Indonesians, on the other hand, are quite consistent when both teams are placing at 7th and 4th place, only 10 points shy between themselves. And the Cambodia, I have to say, yesterday was their day as well. They have been outperforming so much with 107 at 5th. Thailand, team number 2 at 6th place at 99 points, while we have 10 points away will be Malaysians at 7th place. Myanmar, 89 tie with the Malaysians, while the Philippines squeeze in last minute at 9th place there with 78 points.
Yep, followed by Brunei 2 on the second page at number 10 with 64 points. 64 points as well for Laos 2, the only team that got a chicken dinner, and page number 2. Both Singaporean teams back to back, 54 points, 50 points respectively. And we have Myanmar 2 at number 40, 44 points, 38 points for Laos 1, Malaysia 2, 31 points, Philippines 1, 25 points, and Cambodia 2, 18 points. And if anyone's doing the math, we'll just do you guys a favor by telling you that currently Thailand is leading the board with 230 points, Indonesia 228 points, only 2 points difference, but Brunei is hot in their tail with 184 points total at number 3.
Yep, and it's still a lot of catching up to do for the teams. Day 1 to do it. It's going to be the final day here today, starting with MIRAMAR, where it's going to be away from the southern side up to El Pozo on the outskirts of Trailer Park as well. We do know that this is a bit of a skewed sort of a flight path, so it's going to be a long way for those that actually want to land it on top of Torre Ahumada.
Yeah, this is a very left-sided flight path, I'd say. So for teams who like to drop on the northern side, still need to find a way there. Hopefully they don't bump into other teams. But if we remember the hot spots in Miramar, so Chumasera is one of them. We saw 2 teams dropping Chumasera before in day number 1. It's been a while, so probably these teams have time to revise their drop spots or their strategy in order for them to not fight early on. But if it does happen again, well, just take it as the teams just want to assert dominance in Miramar.
That's kind of true. Speaking of which, Ties has been showing a lot of domination when it comes to Melawan day number 1, but we have no clue when it comes to the final day yet. Everybody's thirsty now for the prize pool, and the circle just happens to be on the same spot as the flight path. So those dropping on top of Trailer Park will have a long way to go, while the others, especially Indonesian teams too here, which comprises of players coming off from GDGIDS, they're definitely not having too much problem to get into the center of it.
Yeah, so it's a fairly nice circle, I would say, as a start. So it's okay. It's right on top of the flight path. So most teams might not need to move that much, except for teams who like to play the yo-yo, I call it, whereby they go out of the circle, they drop, and they go out of the circle, they loot, and they come back in. That'll be a little bit different for them. But for most of these teams, I guess it'll be okay.
Speaking of the yo-yo strategy, right? We've seen a lot when it comes to teams coming out from, especially the Thai region, who love to play that kind of sort. So I'm not sure if they're still doing it these days, but it's not impossible for them to do so. Back to as a Myanmar's team now. Based on the overall ranking so far, Cloud, do you think the teams are actually, especially Laos, even though they got themselves a chicken dinner previously, do you think it's possible for them to catch up, like add on both teams together for coming up from Laos? Is it possible to catch up to 100 over points in the top spot here?
Well, for Laos, it's a bit tough because both of the teams that are on page 2, yes, one of them got a chicken dinner in day 2, that was yesterday. But their total accumulated points is 102 points. And if they want to catch up to the number 1 spot, it's a difference of 128 points. It's fairly significant, I would say. It's worth 2 days worth of points. So it's a bit tough for Laos. I would say right now, the best chance for any team to go up to the top spots, beside of course Thailand is currently on top, is Brunei. So if Brunei can make that comeback, because they had a magnificent day yesterday, if they can continue on their performance today, who knows? They could be the surprise winners to overtake the 2 powerhouse countries in PUBG Mobile, which is Thailand and Indonesia.
So hopefully, pray, fingers crossed, they have the same momentum for Brunei as yesterday and today as well. But speaking of which, this is where it gets a bit more tricky when you want to crown yourself as champions, right? It's not just depending on one team here. You have both teams coming out from each country have to really balance it out. Like example, we mentioned this before. If there's like for an example, okay, Cambodians, one team, they're really good at top 3. But irregardless of their performance, if the second team is not performing quite right here and at the bottom 18 example, add up value, it won't be as much if you're not consistent with both teams. Now, this is where it gets really tricky. And, you know, no matter how you perform as a team here, you have to also rely on the other team to actually outperforming themselves as well.
Yeah, that's right. So that's going to be the challenge. So both teams need to step up their game. They need to be equally as good. So, yeah, but what can you do? If you're one of those teams, what can you do? There's nothing that you can do. All you can do is you focus on yourself, you do the best that you can, and hopefully the other team does well as well. And hopefully they accumulate the points and stuff. But let's see here. So we're going to see a first fight. Lao probably losing up to Thailand, but they managed to trade one down, but Long goes down, and Thailand has the upper hand.
Oh boy, jump up way up there just to be saved by the bell. Luckily enough, that old teammate is actually nearby. The moment we mentioned Thais and Lao, straight away they get into a crossfire here. Speaking of Team Lao, Jesus, this is gonna be from our friends Lao trying to get themselves out from this sort of a sticky situation. Quite in a turmoil here. They've surrounded quite too much from the Thais, and Star-Lord is way too far off. He's a bit on the back line trying to help Black Team at first, but I think they might just lost Jesus along the way.
Oh, and then Nate will eliminate the last member of Lao, and that is it. The first team to be eliminated, and Thailand, they're starting this hard and strong. 4 points onto Thailand. They really want to regain back their momentum for day number 1.
I have to say, this is possibly not them regaining their momentum. This is just them showing their true colors there. We know they're very aggressive, and they can. If it comes to Miramar, they're the type of team that won't wait quietly and sit just waiting for something to happen. They're the ones that actually making it happen. Now, the next one might be Cambodian's team, who actually right across them. They heard the gunfires previously and thinking whether they should take up the challenge or not. This is a bit risky if they didn't start to actually shoot coming up from Cambodians, as they might be spotted out by the rest of the Thais. If they want to just now, they kind of missed the opportunity. Seconds too late. They could have gone a bit early on.
Yeah, they could have. If they did whatever, like how they did yesterday, like they just ram into compounds at the right timing, they would have taken out the Thais, but now they allowed Thais to reset themselves. Cambodia, a little bit too late, so now everyone's just taking care of their compound. Plus, they are in the middle of the circle. No big reasons for them to crash into Thailand, really, unless the only thing is that they want to collect the points. But if not, then you might as well go for placement points. We've talked about this for the past few days, that placement points are really, really valuable in this tournament.
And like, this is where every single point is actually a dime for them. So 1 point can cost them $2,000 in difference. So that's definitely something. Yeah, tapping out from Skynin. What a nice shoot coming up from him, but overexposed himself, over peaking at the moment. So he needs to recuperate himself, just find a different angle to work with. Now, this is why I mentioned, and it's sort of wasted to actually crying over spill milk here. They should have been the third party early on. If they've done so, maybe they can get extra points coming up from there. But this is where the Thais already reset themselves. We know how fierce they are when it comes to FaZe Clan coming up from Thai. They are not the teams that actually will go for disengage if they saw themselves in a crossfire.
Yeah, so I mean, we have seen that before yesterday as well, or the past few days. The Thais, they would rather go for placement points. If they needed to defend, like whatever happened earlier, it was loud crashing into them, then yes, they have to defend. There's no choice. But if when it comes to taking fights, they won't take unnecessary fights. Plus, they are right in the middle of the circle. So it's going to be the same scenario with Cambodia. They're not going to move. But talking about movement, Brunei needs to move. Looks obvious that they are currently tanking out the blue. And this is a team that did super well yesterday. If they can continue on. Now, the points difference as of the charts that we showed earlier is it's not that far for Brunei. It's like what, 46 points, and that is still realistic for them to catch up to Thailand.
Yep, that's kind of true, but given the condition that both teams have to actually perform from Brunei, so whether it's ESB or ATS, both of these teams come from Brunei have to contribute towards the accumulation of points of the country. Because you have to keep in mind, even though it's just 40-ish plus point, the Thais just now already gained another extra 4 elimination points as a start here. So that's one of those teams coming up from Thai. So it's not even included for their position points. So it's going to be a lot of catching up to do, even though it's like 40-ish. But they really need a lot of brilliant performance, outstanding ones for the Bruneians if they want to catch up. Because those guys won't be actually how do I say it, toppled over for the Thais, because they are getting points as well. Speaking of which, just now you mentioned the Thais plays for placement. I think that's more towards the Infinity side. Infinity really goes for the safer route if you compare it to FaZe Clan coming up from Thais as well. So each team, even though they are from the same country, they have sort of different approach when it comes to getting into the battlefield.
Yeah. Now that's a good point as well. So I guess that's how they balance out each other. Like if imagine if both teams go for the same strategy, they might end up canceling out each other. So maybe it's not too bad of a idea to you do something else, I do something else, so we don't clash somewhere in between, something like that. I guess that's just like a theory that I put out there. But who's doing the better work? They're pretty much the same at this moment. So that's why overall Thai has the highest points collected.
I agree. The fact that actually both teams having different approach towards the game is actually really giving a lot of contribution, a huge impact for their country themselves. Because like you mentioned, I think this is where we can actually put example of Indonesian teams who kind of cancel each other out, where both of the teams sort of having the same mindset and approach when it comes to rotation wise, and this is start the fight, which the Myanmar start to shoot against them, but a bit too careful, a bit long distance shot coming up from a Scar L 2 WTI. But the rest of the team is quite occupied with a different team, which is going to be Malaysian teams coming up from behind.
But let's check out this fight. So Malaysians going up against Myanmar. So it's going to be QB coming in together with Snipes. They will be at the forefront. They want to take over this compound. But how is Myanmar going to respond to this? Because they also have a split. As we can see, one of the team members is behind. No, in fact, two of the team members are behind. So it's going to be 2v4 now that Malaysia is starting to move in.
Yeah, they try to rush in without thinking twice. Might be a bit of a problem if Indonesian team start to button as well. Snipes cooking up the nade, trying to toss it over towards the Myanmar side. Hopefully it will connect, but we have to wait for Q Baby. Try to snipe from afar. Same goes for Baby. He's actually counter-attacking. Just going to reply to that response just now. I have to say, Myanmar, they are very good when it comes to keeping their distance between themselves, but two of them being knocked down, discovered by the Malaysian teams. There's Snipes trying to finish off the job, but he needs to do a bit of a rotation, but kind of exposed too much, being counter-attacked and retaliating. The Myanmars are not going down easily.
Snipes tried to wait for the flank, but unfortunately, they hurt him first. But now QB is trying to recover Snipes. But before that, he must win this fight though. So he has a high ground advantage against his opponent. But the nade toss out Spire finally will go down. And now they will need to play with the last player standing. Malaysia took over this compound.
Yep, there's still one more person for Myanmar. Two of them still at the back line who's been covering over Indonesian team. But right now, this is attracting way too much attention. The Indonesians tapped in as well. I'm not sure if Malaysian team have enough time to reassess the situation, to regroup again, but the Myanmars are just running around the corners. They definitely want to keep their distance. Like I mentioned before, the Myanmars are really strategic when it comes to getting themselves in a distance, but when they're being rushed over, they sort of kind of lost for a bit. But the Myanmars position themselves in a further way behind position, while the Indonesians are quite busy, while Malaysians are having to have a go against Laos as well.
Okay, so it's Lao actually crashing into the Malaysians, trying to be the third-party team, but Malaysians, they managed to recover themselves, so it's a 4v4 standoff in this compound. Singapore, they passed by, but they ain't gonna have any of that. They want to go for placement points instead. And, yep, I guess they'll just be spectators for now.
Yep, it's sort of a stalemate between Laos and Malaysia as Indonesians try to pick into the fight whenever they can. By not revealing themselves. That's quite smart actually, very intelligent. But back to his Malaysian team, Damn Root clipped quite a lot there. Most of his HP already down, more than half to be exact. But this is where the mess starts to happen. There goes the gunfire, Baby kind of, oh boy, the Brunei is just passing by as well. There's so many teams passing at the same spot.
I know, right? Like, a lot of teams are interested with this spot. I guess because the circle moved towards the southern side, and this is maybe somewhere in the middle. So we can see Bruneians on the other side, but Bruneians have the same idea as the Singaporeans. They're not going to be interested with this fight. They'll let everything settle down. They're going to go for placement points. And yes, here it is, a confirmation. The circle is on the southern side. There is still a little bit of a lost circle, but I doubt that will be the next circle. But now we have Snipes trying to get one, and Snipes, yes, he will get one. Snipes gets two. Can he get the third one? Yes, he will. Snipes clutch this against his opponent. Snipes gets 0-4.
But at the same time, they are facing heavy casualty on their side. Not just resources, couple of men down as well. And we're not done yet, Cloud. This is one of a circle that's the rarest we've seen. It's going to be Lost He-Gods comprises of it. And the circle shifted to this southern side again just now, as we see. And also, there's so many teams nearby here. We're totally setting up like, what? 6 teams in total that already passed by within the same phase just now.
Oh, yeah. This circle is definitely very, very rare. But Cabo, can he recover himself in time? Should it be? Oh, no. Not enough time for Cabo. Oh, so there was Ilham waiting on the left side, and Singapore, they will lose one player. Skynet now with the long range trying to get a revenge indirectly. But Singapore, that one single player was the last team member, and Singapore 1 will be eliminated at 14th place.
Oh, tough day again for the Singaporeans. They've tried really hard since day number 1 here. Still having a hard time to not clash towards any other teams, but it's just almost impossible. And the circle is just being mean now. This is a brutal one for the players, as those coming up from Los Higos are having a very clear day. It's going to be Myanmar's, but at the same time, are they really being favored? Will the circle end up in between, or will it just favor one of the very few parts of the islands, whether it's going to be northern or the mainland just now? But the Thais arriving at the center, where the Bruneians, team number 2, coming up ATS there, is really near towards them as well. We have one more Malaysian team of 4 rivals trying to shoot down an Indonesian team. That's going to be a display that's not connecting, but look at how the rotation's done. Both teams are having the same mindset to wrap around each other, and this is not going to end very soon.
I know, right? This could take a while, but they don't have time. The zone is starting to close in. Anyway, it's still continuing now that Indonesia has one down, and I don't think they'll be able to pick up their teammate. Unfortunately, Alan will succumb to his injuries. Pemburu is currently down, and there's not enough time. The zone is starting to close in. This is going to be a very, very fast circle. They might not be that familiar with it, and Malaysia will be out 13th place for them. The Indonesians win this fight and start to move into the circle.
Seems like the Malaysian and Singaporeans stuck with each other's fate will be bowing out a bit too soon, if you ask me. In the past 3 days, couple of clips just now, tapping from afar. The Thais start to fight, having their eyes on Brunei's Malaysia snipes. Malaysia team 2 here still going for the walls against the Philippines, while Indonesians are trying to pick the fight against the Thais. We're talking about FaZe Clan Thais here, who will actually go for retaliation. Definitely Bruneians is going to be ESB, who's been performing. Their performance yesterday was phenomenal, and now they have another chance, but this time is against one of the most aggressive teams as well, coming up from Cambodia, Esports, who just keep on shooting but being knocked down instead. Shroud on his knees right now.
Yeah, Shroud, the guy who almost clutched it yesterday in SANHOK. Unfortunately, he's the one that's going down, and now 2 more of their 3 more, in fact, from Cambodia that's still alive. Alvin will cook up a nade, tossing onto the side of the Cambodians, but it will not connect just yet. Now they try to pick up Shroud, but they need to win the fight against the Indonesians. The Indonesians, they're still on the outside of the circle though. So Cambodians, they have that advantage by being the gatekeepers.
Are they gatekeeping enough? Because there's more than one team here. Definitely the Bruneians have their eyes on Cambodians, but one more to join in the fray. Bigatron Iron of Indonesia just gonna say hello, but who will be saying goodbye? Look at the greetings coming from the Cambodians, tossing out straight hand grenades, clipping a bit on the Indonesian team, and they just struggling, kind of stuck in between, but Shroud just being revived back on his knees. I feel bad for him, but there comes another grenade just gonna knock down our Indonesian team. But in the meantime, we mentioned they kind of stuck between the Bruneians as well, and the Bruneians just gonna be the third party. Here comes the smokes and also so many nades being tossed. There's like nowhere they can run. The Indonesian team are kind of stuck at the moment.
Oh, Alvin gets one, but it's just too much for him to handle. Then jump shot coming in from the Cambodians. And Indonesia will be eliminated. 10 more seconds before the zone closes, and Cambodia needs to move right now.
And the circle just shrinks even further away and crushes the dreams of the players. It's going to be again the Thais hogging around the center of it, and the Bruneians also have their second team in there as well. Only 2 teams kind of secure themselves center of the circle, but most of them will be merman swimming. There will be so many fishes to be fish on, while we have the Thais already try to make sure that it can camouflage themselves. This is quite an open circle, by the way, Cloud.
Oh yeah, it is. It is very, very open. Just look at this. It is by the beach side. There's not much cover. They need to depend on the ledges, and that's about it. If not, you jump into the water and probably be swimming fishes. But now got to me with the long range onto the Cambodians. Cambodians find it hard to move anywhere forward now that they have Thailand looking over them.
Coming out, sort of impossible for the Cambodians to actually get out from it at all. Climbing down the hill is already a huge task. Just to have to cross over the street is another task that's really demanding for them. We have Malaysian team still survive, trying to fish out whoever sounds fishy, whatever they can see. They're just gonna fish it out right now. The boost is not on fire, but it will be very soon. Damroot really have that kind of idea in his mind right now with a Mini 14 in his hands. Definitely will shoot them down slowly, but in the meantime, they're also covered in blue. While we have Sonic trying to focus on what's on top of him, the rest of the team kind of scattered out for the moment, while the Thai is still not being given enough attention, might have the potential to get away with another chicken dinner here today.
Well, looks like the Thais, they're not done yet. They're going in on a fishing mission on towards Myanmar. Philippines will be eliminated at 7th place. And the Thais, looks like Nuzi went down though. Cambodia came in from behind. Bella tried to pick up the jump in a long range shot. And will he be able to do so? Shouldn't be a problem for him, as the Blue Zone will also help him out. And there you have it. Myanmar will be out, but the Cambodians right behind the Thais. They were a nuisance before this, and now they're going to put pressure back onto the Cambodians.
And the circle shifted a bit upwards. Oh, what a nice from Shroud. That nade was a Kobe. But now the circle shift over right in the center of the open road. The Cambodians, I have huge respect for them holding on for such a long time. Defending their spot with only their vehicles to take as barricades and a couple of vegetations in between. Nothing else to cover with. That's quite a really respectful performance. But back to it, the Malaysians is still well and alive. The Thais are a bit too busy against the Cambodian across the street. While the Malaysians will be a very...
Well, Malaysia looks like they're busy with Brunei, and Brunei is still in this, ladies and gentlemen. Could they put up a consistent performance from yesterday? But now we keep focus on the Cambodia as well as Thailand, as they're both on the outside of the circle now. The circle is starting to close in. They need to pick up this quite fast. At the same time, we can see a long range shot onto another Brunei team. Both Brunei teams are still in this.
How is this happening? We don't see too much of them, but definitely they're still hogging around the corner. But Tony is kind of in a tight spot here. He's just going to blow out the vehicle for himself to take covers on front. Shroud on the other end, trying to go for the flank side. I didn't see the smoke. Oh, so close about whiffing. But still, Shroud clutching it out. That was worth saving for his teammate before. He was on his knees twice in a row. The entire squad of the Titans has been obliterated. We're down to only 2 teams here.
Oh, it's bad news for the Bruneians as well. Looks like they lost the fight with Malaysia, and now Malaysia still maintain 3 team members. Brunei is out, probably at 3rd place. Still a fairly good placement point for them. And now it's either the Cambodians or Malaysia to pick up the first chicken dinner for today. And it's going to be a 4v3. Both of these teams are currently in the circle. The shots coming in from Damroot, but it will not be able to take out anyone just yet. But I guess everyone's going to wait up for the next circle, playing this patiently as time is ticking.
Snipes going for the flank side, making sure he can get into the blind spot of Cambodian's teams. But in the meantime, the Cambodians are alert and aware about what's going on. And Snipe being shushed away to get back where he was back then. They do have a lot of smoke for Cambodians. I'm not sure the utilities on the side of the Malaysian teams almost shredded his helmet. Damru is still trying to figure out how to cross the street without being harmed here. While Snipes is just going to recuperate himself for a bit. The rest of them try to rush in and try to spot out the position. But the terrain is really tough. The slopes here really covers most of the players. It's just they have to duke it out. Like, you don't know, the duel's gonna happen very soon. The circle might shrink anytime, so they will be forced to move forward.
Yeah, the ledgers, it's just very tricky to play. You really need to know your ledgers. But look at this, the circle seems to favor the Cambodians a little bit more. But Damroot has an idea. He's trying to go in for the flanks, trying to get a good angle. And he has about 40 more seconds. So he needs to lead his team to glory. 3v4, can they beat the odds?
Try to be extra careful. He's very tempted to take the airdrop just now. You can see how much he's hovering around his crosshair, just to see if he can get a bit of an upgrade of his loot. But Shroud, on the other hand, sneaky peek. There you go. Saw Damroot definitely trying to snipe him over from afar. Ooh, he got retaliated. The counter attack, the counter shot coming up from Malaysia. Straight a bit of a headshot there. Definitely lost his vest all the way. Damroot, on the other hand, still try to build up the bridges of smoke to approach him, to going for the flank side. Try to open a bit of more space with his team soon. Charging forward, attracting way too much.
Oh!
And 20 getting on Damroot, re-snipe back. That's going to be a revenge snipe.
Oh, Damru, who wanted to go for the flank, unfortunately he will be sniped down. And now Skynet starting to move in as well. Shroud will be gunned down by Sonic. Sonic will go down, and looks like Cambodia will take home the first chicken dinner for today against the Malaysians. Congratulations to Cambodia.
Woohoo! Looks like they are maintaining their performance as yesterday, but today is even better. Which helped them quite a lot yesterday when they're stepping up the match. And this is Cambodia getting himself right into their faces of all the other countries, smacked them right in the face, saying we had it going for our final day, and Cambodia is more than ready and finally getting their debut for the first chicken dinner.
Yeah, this was the same Cambodian team that we saw yesterday in SANHOK, that they
Yep.
were really aggressive. They took a lot of elimination points, and it's good. It was the same scenario this time for Cambodia. At some point, they were aggressive. They took elimination points and they won this fight, that fight, and they got themselves the chicken dinner. But this time, the difference is that they did it without Shroud. Yesterday in SANHOK, Shroud was kind of the hero, almost became the solid hero. But hey, no Shroud, no problem. Cambodia still managed to seal the deal in Miramar.
Yep, I think Shark was the one who actually make a space for them. We've seen Laos fighting against Thai team at first, but the Cambodians were there. They tried to be the third party, but they will be hesitant. I'm glad they didn't actually take the fight here. Like you mentioned, Cloud is always positioned first when it comes to Razer Invitational C because of its point system. Really favors towards the placement points, even though the elimination points still 1 point each. But the fact that they have been shooting and getting a lot of fights into fights in the early first few rounds up till the last one, I think even the elimination points is quite high as well for the end of today's round.
Yeah, I think it's quite high as well. Okay, it's definitely more than 10, that's for sure. For the Malaysians, I think they got the highest, 17 elimination points the last I saw it, so that's pretty high. But the Cambodians, if you add up, of course, the elimination points plus their placement points, definitely they will be on top. So I can't wait to see the overall standings. I think this might shift a little bit for the Cambodians because we need to tabulate the scores for both Cambodian teams. So not too sure how the other Cambodian team did, but and will it affect the top 3 at least or not? We'll need to wait and see later on. Plus, do consider that Thailand, they managed to survive that long as well. I think it was a top 5 finish for them.
That's kind of true. And also, like you mentioned, they have to tally up with their other team. That they are performing such a outstanding performance, brilliant, formidable players, all of them. But they have to also rely on the other team when it comes to tallying up the points later. So, oh boy, that's where the toughest part starting. Because we do know the second team, which is going to be Angkor PUBG for team number 4 of second team of Cambodian, didn't actually pop up anywhere so far in the first match of today.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much action from them just yet. But nevertheless, there's still 3 more rounds to go. Anything can happen in the last 3 rounds. Of course, based on the map format, we'll be playing Miramar again after this. So it will be the 4th Miramar being played by these teams. They should be very familiar with each other right now. And it will also be the last Miramar. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait who will be the kings of Miramar.
What's more important, we kind of miss our Miss Aya. We do want to ask her about her thoughts when it comes to the performance of the last match, since it's another different team entirely taking themselves the chicken dinner today. Do we have Miss Aya?
Yes, I am definitely here, just waiting for your cue, guys. Thank you once again to our casters from Malaysia, Chuchu and Sir Cloud. I just have to say, good game, well played, Cambodia. I just saw how Cambodia was gatekeeping Indonesia at the end of the game, and Indonesia was kind of in a pinch there. Grenades were thrown, there was a bloodbath, and Brunei was just waiting at the side. Though I was kind of expecting Brunei to also earn this round, to just have an and just have that momentum that they have since of yesterday. Though it didn't, I wouldn't exactly say that it kind of died down since they were at the final rounds of the game, which was brutal. But unfortunately, they were taken out of the map, and I was kind of like anticipating that, oh, maybe Brunei can get a fourth chicken dinner. But we'll have to give it to Cambodia for this time. And also, just wanted to commend the Malaysians team too. You guys must be proud for being up against the Titans. But unfortunately, again, it was Cambodia who prevailed for the first map and securing that chicken dinner, retaining that momentum since the past few days, since day one, actually, when we started out the PUBG Mobile series. So, do you know those moments in esports when those highlights and game-changing plays excite you? Moments like this, epic moments that you don't want to miss, especially with the casters just hyping up everything. And we don't want to miss the grenades thrown, the explosions, the pew pew pew. And this is why sound is key to immersing yourself in the game, whether you're the one playing it or you're watching the tournament like the Razer Invitational. With 16.8 million colors by Razer Chroma RGB, active noise cancellation, and its low latency gaming mode, you can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience. And yes, so that is a wrap for map 1. We still have 3 maps to go, as our casters mentioned earlier today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break as we prepare behind the scenes. Once again, we'll be back again in the PUBG division here at Razer Invitational 2022.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we can get naughty. Go, 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 go.
We're back again. I is Maria here, and wow, we have a lot of viewers in today. We appreciate it that you guys stick around with us and just showing that love and support for your countries. So earlier on today, Cambodia takes the win in map 1 against the second team of Malaysia in that final showdown in a heated battle. But you know, even though we keep seeing the same regions duke it out at the last moments of the games, seeing as their reputation precedes them, the performance that they've shown the past few days, and yet, as Chuchu mentioned, a different victor comes out each time. And again, that is Cambodia for you. Yesterday we had 3 chicken dinners for Brunei, well, 1 for Laos, and now Cambodia. Let's see if they're gonna keep the ball rolling until the next rounds. So things are getting spicier here in the Razer Invitational. So let's not keep you guys waiting, as we'll be seeing more PUBG Mobile action in Miramar. Our casters from Malaysia serving you that spice, Sir Cloud and Chuchu. Let's head on to map 2.
I always love the energy coming up from Aya. It's just so vibrant, so positive, and she's so gorgeous, by the way. Thank you so much, Aya, for the recap a bit what really happened today. And Cloud, it's very different when you compare it to day number 1 and day number 2, and now it's last day here, day number 3.
Yes, it's very, very different indeed. The vibe is very different as well. We're starting to see other teams starting to step up. So, yeah, maybe more surprises as we go on to our following match. But I do hope to see other teams as well getting their own chicken dinner. We're still waiting for you. Myanmar is still waiting for Singapore to get their chicken dinner. So, 3 more games to go. Come on, guys. You guys can do it.
Yep, and also there's going to be the scoreboard for the today, starting with Thailand still hogging around number 1 spot with 147 now. That's a huge gap. I have to compare it. Even on the first page, I have a lot of catching up to do to Thailand. Cambodia, we do have 139 up there, and Brunei's are really close catching up. But the Cambodians, Cloud, only 1 chicken up there in the top 3. They don't really care that much. They are very consistent, getting on top 5 almost every single match since yesterday.
Yeah, it's a bit tough for the Cambodians looking at the overall charts. Cambodia 2 at number 18 with only 18 points. But for the other teams, you have Indonesians as well, kind of consistent, despite not getting a chicken dinner too. Number 4, number 5, 127, 116 points respectively. Brunei, well, this one team is currently carrying it. I mean, I'm not too sure how much is the gap is with the top spot at the moment, but I'm pretty sure they are pushing Thailand at the top. So let's see if they can actually catch up at the end of the day. Thailand, both teams are currently in page number 1, 147 points as well as 112 points. Myanmar is in page 1 as well with 100 points, and Malaysia 191 points, and number 8 and number 9 is the Philippines with 80 points.
But do bear in mind, it's easier to have both teams in the page 1 if you tally up later on for number 1 spot. Even though some teams are actually at number 1 right now, they're not necessarily be number 1 by the end of the day. That's the beauty of this tournament itself, how unique it is. But for the top 3 fraggers, definitely we do have Genta from Indonesia, 1 team coming out with 25 eliminations. Also Skynin from Cambodia. We have to give it to Skynin. He's everywhere every single time we're starting off the match with 23 kills. And Bear popped up with the 19, almost popping off 20th kills very soon. But still, it's going to be 3 different countries this time.
Yeah, I was hoping to see a Shroud on the charts, but well, maybe he did a lot of hard work knocking other people, but the one who finished him off is Skynet. But nevertheless, the points still go to Laos, still go to the same team, so it's okay. As long as they still maintain all their numbers, that's fine. But now let's check out the final MIRAMAR in this tournament. So it's going to begin from the southern side of Los Lones all up the way onto Torre Ajumada. And this time the circle is very, very different.
It's very different. Like if you compare it to the last map, definitely it was right on top of Flight Path. But this time it's like way up to El Pozo and even Creative Fields. I have a feeling it might ended up in Creative Fields, as we do know this sometimes the magnets of that area do actually attract way more towards the circle later on. And speaking of which, I do have a bit of favor from all the viewers out there. Just now, we did have Cambodian teams actually got themselves at chicken dinner. If you guys have a bit of extras you want to give in the comment section, do tell us your traditional country, especially those having that chicken dinner, even with the recipes, so we can actually cook it ourselves in our home. Because I don't have any idea the Cambodian traditional food, honestly speaking. Cloud, have you have any?
No, not me. So I don't know as well. So we need some help from our viewers. Do leave it in the comment section. I see a lot of support for the Cambodians. I see a lot of support for the Philippines as well, and Bruneians. You guys are here. Noticed you guys yesterday, and great to see the support coming in today as well. So all the best for all your teams. But do share us. What are your signature dishes in your respective countries? I'm curious to know now.
Yeah, for Malaysians, definitely it's going to be the coconut rice. I think Indonesian will be... There's too many, actually. Bakso, it's one of it. It's sort of like meatball dish. And what else do we know? I don't know about Laos as well, though. Never been there. Always wanted to go. Never had the chance with a pandemic, especially. You guys do stay safe at home. just a bit of a PSA for you guys. Hopefully it will settle soon. But Laos, on the other hand, they're having a rough start for today. Hopefully things gonna get better as they are really at the bottom spot right now. And what else? Myanmar, do you know Singaporeans have certain signature dish, or is it very similar to ours?
Well, I guess that's always debatable. But I guess that's always debatable. But but one dish that I really do like in Singapore is the murtabak Singapore. I think that's really unique.
Is it different?
And
Is it very different?
it is. It is very different from the murtabak that you might be used to looking at in Malaysia. Trust me, if you go there, order the Singapore murtabak, it's very different.
Can you actually explain how is it made? Like sort of like some of us are not from Malaysia, Singapore, and we have no clue what you're talking about. You know, I'm Malaysian, but definitely I have no clue what the murtabak Singapore also comprises of. So why is it really?
Right. So it's the Malaysian murtabak is like it's full of what do you call it?
Meat,
Fillings
sort
inside
of
it.
a-
Yeah. It's like it's overwhelming, and the skin is very thin. But the Singaporean version, there's more bread to it. There's more of the
Really?
flour, and yeah, there's lesser of the fillings. But it may sound like, oh, lesser fillings. How is that even nice? But trust me, to me that is very, very balanced. I think the Malaysian one might be a little bit overwhelming, but for the Singapore one, it's really balanced. So you get
It's
a
just
different
nice, perfect.
flavor. Yeah, it's perfect.
I've
It's
never
the
been
perfect
to
balance.
Singapore. Of all the countries,
Wait,
Singapore
what?
is one of those. Yeah, I know, right? I've been all over the place,
What?
all over the world, but the one that nearest to me, I actually didn't have a chance to go it yet. Hopefully, I get to
What?
go one day. But I do know Brunei, they love their nasi katuk. We're still waiting for a nasi katuk, by the way, Miss Maria, if you're here. So I always want to try
Mhm.
one. Indonesian, I've tried their food. There are so many choices to actually, so much variety. We're talking about food right now, guys, because definitely when it comes to Miramar, a lot of teams, since it's the last Miramar, a lot of teams are taking a lot of precautious move because of this is the most secure map they can actually get for their points. If you compare it to SANHOK, which is a bit more wildcard and smaller with 18 teams in it. Let's back towards our food decision making here. Nasi katuk for Bruneians, Myanmar's we have no clue. What else do you know? The Philippines, for example.
Oh, Philippines. There's a lot. There's adobo. There's I start to forget the names by now, but there's halo halo. Halo halo is basically like in Malaysia you would call it ABC, but it's the Philippine version.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you can
Yeah,
greet people with that as well? I mean, like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, like, do you want some hello? Do you want some hello, hello? You know, that kind of.
Yeah,
sorry
you
for
can
my
actually
puns.
do that. Yeah, but we do have a Filipino restaurant in Malaysia, like a
Really?
genuine one. Yes, like it's by the Philippines, for the Philippines, and for everyone else.
But Roman is definitely not having a hello moment right now, as he's probably going to say goodbye this time, as he's being knocked down quite early on and no support whatsoever coming up from his teammates. He's been abandoned entirely by the cavalry. He's been outcasted, shutting down a lonely death. Such a sad ending. And his box is the remain that will be picked up by the rest of the ties.
You know what? That happened when we were talking about Filipino dishes. So I don't know if that happens to be a jinx or something, but yeah, that just happened.
So we don't mention the food right now, huh?
Because I'm getting hungry though. So the more we mention about food, I don't know. You might be casting alone after this.
Oh, what's not enough is that we do know the Thais are really good at tom yums, and it's going to be spicy one. And this time, Tanya might reverse the fire and counter fire with a bit of a spiciness in it, with a mini 14. But at the same time, Shazam seems like a very good vintage point. But it's just so hard to land those shots with this kind of angles. It's so hard to place your cursor without slipping down the mountains. This is the risk and the challenges the players have to face with the geographical coming up from the Miramar itself.
You know, finding the right balance in all things if you want to be up here. because you don't want to get knocked and you don't want to fall off. It's just like the Singapore Mutaba, it's balance in all things. And now Shazam trying to find a little bit more balance when it comes to the elimination points, trying to take out one team member from Thailand, Newsy, but not able to just yet. They definitely spot him out. So, but okay. Oh no!
Oh, boy.
No!
Whew, a tough one for Laos. Definitely, this is where we don't want the accidents to actually meet right in front of your enemy's eyes. And now the Tigers are kind of stuck with Shazam tapping out from afar with M16 on top of this mountain. He's alone, definitely, but he can actually take this one down. It's quite far climb, a very, very high climb for these guys if they want to take him down. But for the Philippines, I have to say, they scattered all over the place. We're very taking that up team from behind. Now, Shazam definitely got the information about two of their teammates already down and had gone. It's going to be a heavy casualty at a very, very high risk, high reward situation in the Philippines team. Now, they scattered into 4 different parts of a map for each one of them. I'm not sure if that's going to work out for some time, but it seems like doing okay for Shazam, but I'm not sure where Newbie is. We haven't seen anywhere for Newbie's position.
Yeah, not too sure where Newbie is at. Shazam is definitely all alone, but what we're sure is that Bernard Boy will be gunned down somewhere else, and here we have a Newbie is totally somewhere else. It's in the same compound as other players from Laos. So, yeah, not too sure what their strategy is about. Maybe divide and conquer, as in conquer the elimination points or conquer the placement points.
And Brunei's actually been taken down by Demigod. The Newbie is very far, actually. And speaking of food just now, my manager actually Googled out where the Philippines restaurant in Malaysia right now. I'm not even kidding. We're not done with the food part yet. It's gonna be transferred to a food channel later for this match. But speaking of which, a lot of vintage point for these guys, but they're not going in as a team. And the Bruneians really in a tough spot here. As only Piazza left. He's gonna play a bit of a healing game, but Bear's really struggling to just keep it alive. And finally, they managed to knock one down back towards his knees. It's going to be the Philippines playing, just shooting over the Bruneians. And Monboy rotating himself towards the flank side, trying to finish off the deal. He definitely got his eyes onto it. What a nice angle by Monboy.
Oh, no. I feel it for the Bruneians. I mean, they were on the right track. From the previous round, they got like what, number 3, number 4 or something about there. Maybe a top 5, fairly okay. But now they lost one team. Oh no.
It's definitely going to hurt their overall rankings later on. Definitely. And they're so close at actually trying to snatch away the number 1 spot here. But they cannot even slack off, not even a mistake, in day number 3 or final day in any single match. And they definitely have to, have a bit of redemption for the next round. But we're not done yet. We still have another team of Bruneians. But for the Philippines, we do have Shazam coming up from Zap, just trying to zap every single person passing by with his M16. But back to the ties. This time we have coming up from Infinity playing it very, very slow and very safe. But whilst we have FaZe Clan, who's not actually going for the safest part or safest route possible. We did mention about 2 different strategy coming up from one same country of ties, but very different approach of the game.
And they're approaching Genta from Indonesia, one of their top fraggers. But before that, Tony K will be taken out by the Indonesians. So they have a preemptive strike onto the ties. They're playing in the inside of the circle at least. But now the circle will start to shift. Will it still favor them? Let's wait and see as it shifts onto El Pozo. So Indonesia as well as Thailand, they do not have the circle. They need to either fight to the finish or they disengage.
Now, if you were the players, we actually tried to think about parking yourself in a Pozo or just stay around Crater Fields, because I personally feel like if you're in Crater Fields, it's way much safer than actually trying to get out from the urban area or from El Pozo to get into on top of that mountains. It's a bit more risky as it's very open the moment you leave the city.
Right. It's hard to be in the shoes of the players at this moment to make those decisions. But if I were to make any decision, it would definitely be food right this moment. But Ilham, have the high guard advantage. Definitely wouldn't mind a little bit of a sinigang. Sinigang is kind of like a tom yum, but the Filipino version. Yeah, just saying, can check that out. But Thailand, they have an advantage now that now that they managed to get a knock, but are they able to push forward further now that Ilham is down?
I think Ilham is being the bait for the enemy, which is going to be coming up from Thais just now. They took up the bait. They're being wrapped around the corner. Indonesians actually outplayed them this time when it comes to strategy and formation. I have to say, they are very, very intelligent when it comes to trying to bait it out for the Thais to actually exploit themselves and try to shoot forward. Now, Ventura is having a bit of a problem to pinpoint a spot out where the shot's coming out from. Ver 5 definitely will be spotted by Genta. Ventura is coming out from the back line, trying to give it extra support. But Genta, on the other hand, being pressured so hard, it's quite an open field. He got nothing else to cover with.
I know, right? And there's no more time as the zone is starting to close in. Genta finally goes down, but Thailand is still stuck on the outside. And now we can see Avir is taking in the blue. He has 3 first aids though, but his teammates, what do they have? Beer will go out to Fajar, and it's down to Ventores as well as Ivir. A 2v2 against Fajar as well as Elvin.
Oh, this is not great for both teams. None of them are actually winning this round if they keep this going. We're talking about the blue closing in. And definitely the moment they step into the circle, there'll be so many gatekeepers to have to fight against again. And it's just so hard to watch. And it's a huge map. They don't have vehicle to work with as well for the Indonesian teams. Alvin is running on his feet, while Ventora's actually got himself some vehicles to work with. While they're trying to actually get out from here using vehicle, but being stopped, denied entirely by Vir. And this is going to be a bit of a problem for the Indonesian teams there. Definitely Vir 5 making sure they cannot get out from the blue at all. This is just their tactical and strategy, but do they have enough utilities to survive for both teams as well?
Yeah, do they have enough? That's over the question mark. Of course, we're approaching the 4th circle, and the 4th circle, we know the pain that comes with it. And they seem to be on their feet though. Okay, they have a vehicle. All right. But how far is the circle going to be from them? It's about 800 meters. Not that bad. But taking out the blue, the 4th circle, it's definitely painful. Ivir is trying to get away. Not too sure if he has a vehicle. Doesn't seem to have one now that we have visual on his vehicle on the left. So he could be on foot into the circle.
I hate to say this, but I have the feeling both teams will make it since they both only have like one first aid to work with. And most of them having just band-aids. And you know, for circle, you use band-aids, it's not going to help that much as well. You have to keep on doing it every single second. While driving at the same time, it's not going to be able to do so. Almost impossible. But Malaysians, Evoki will be down. And it's going to be straight executed as well. The Myanmar's Tammy kind of stuck in the corner. We have Laos taking down on Philippines, who's been fighting since the start just now. The Myanmar's on the other end start to make their rotation, but might clash into a different team of Myanmar here. A civil war might gonna happen for Malaysians on the other hand. Try to pick a fight against the Cambodian team for the second round in the second map of Miramar today.
Ooh, just look at the terrain. It's just so rough for the Malaysians to actually back up each other. But now we have visual onto Brunei. The second Bruneian team, with Ventores coming in onto the compound where Brunei has control over it. So Ventores just running blindly into the open, and Lao will finish up Ventores. And now Thailand, I think they have been eliminated if I'm not mistaken.
Boy, there's one more Thai team if I'm not mistaken, but Romeo, you will not die today. Look at the zigzag manner he's in. Try to avoid every bullet possible and hoping to push himself forward towards where Indonesian teams are and pop him a couple of smokes off bridges, making sure he can get himself covered while Snipes and the rest of Malaysian teams actually hovering around the high ground. The Thais being pressured by Snipes is going to be the Infinity coming up from the Thais, but that is going to be Indonesian Zagi exploding that vehicle just now.
Yeah, actually stealing the elimination away from Snipes. It almost became point for Snipes, but now we have Virgil caught out in the open. He doesn't have a vehicle. His vehicle has been exploded. Of course, Virgil from Singapore, but now we move over to Cambodia. Try to find a way into the circle. Another long range shot coming in from next and putting pressure on to Singapore as they need to find a way into the circle, but they'll be pressured by Malaysia, who's currently being the gatekeepers.
Now the Singaporeans having a bit of a civil war and actually at the same time fighting against Myanmar. Snipes down. What Johnny Kobe coming up from Cambodia, 27. That's going to be a really brutal one. A really pain and hurtful as we can actually feel it by watching. Straight away executed, sealed the deal for the Cambodians, but they're not done yet. It's going to be Sonics for the next Shroud's target. And then we do know when it comes to opening the field and opening the playground for the team, Shroud is the person that you really need to have in your team.
Oh yeah, definitely. He is such a big opponent. He can even clutch. We almost saw him did that yesterday, but let's see if he can put out a performance again today. That's Brute is at the forefront. Sonic is shooting behind. Maybe another team is starting to close in as well. But Damru with 50% health together with Sonics, the duo that's going to win it for Malaysia. But unfortunately, they'll be taken out by the Cambodians, and they will bow down at number 11.
Cambodians survived to see another day, and definitely this will actually contribute a lot and impactful when it comes to their overall rankings, but they're not done yet. They cannot rest. There's no resting time, and so no chill time as the Myanmar start to approach them bit by bit, and none of them actually in the circle as well. Circle shift. I'm not sure where, but definitely around the outskirts of Crater Field. Skyny cooking up the nade. Seems like a perfect angle. Now, can he high toss that? That's like, what, 500 meters away, but he managed to find Vib at first. It's going to be closer to us in 15 meters to loop out that grenade out. But if he actually loop it on the right side a bit more, he might get 3-person coming up from Myanmar just now.
Now these two teams, they're on the outside of the circle. And how are they going to get in here? Right in front of them is Crater Field, so it's going to be fairly open. They need to play by the ledges, but there's not enough time. The zone will start to move in. Myanmar will need to move. Cambodia will need to move as well. They might want to disengage this fight.
That's kind of true, and it's a risky buggy that the Myanmar team taking as well. Almost exploded. It's really going to be the outskirts of Crater Field, and only one team actually booked themselves right in center with a huge upgrade of airdrop as well. It's going to be Indonesian teams again. Fajar and his teammates will actually have a bit of a trying moment and have a bit of a small victory there, while Myanmar still struggling to cut across. While they have to actually pass by Philippines first. Dammy got taking that shot, and he got one more just not connecting. So close.
Oh, so close for Demigod. He almost got that knockdown onto Myanmar, but Myanmar, well, looks like they know who's the better gunslinger at this moment. But WT-17 putting pressure, managed to get a knockdown onto Philippines. Philippines now on the outside of the circle, but WT-17 will be cut down from the side. And Vape will need to pick up his teammates. Smile is down as well. He's the last man standing until they recover.
And Myanmar is kind of stuck in a rut right now. They cannot, almost impossible to get up from here. It's just an open field the moment they try to step up. Hopefully the smoke lasts them long enough to recuperate themselves and reassess to how to reform themselves in the next few seconds, I must say. And the Philippines, they're kind of stuck in the corner while Cambodia is still holding on to the compound here. But they have to push forward as well. Brunei's having a go against Malaysia's team. While the second team already finished off, I think it's a different team because we are looking at Brunei number 2. And Cambodians, on the other hand, taking a go against Indonesia, who's really desperate enough to push forward here because they don't have any choice anymore. It's a fist face, and it's going to burn them quite a lot when the blue closes in.
Oh, Indonesia against Cambodia, let's go! And Skyden, he's the man that you want to win fights. He is, of course, one of the top eliminators, and he managed to eliminate the entire Indonesian squad. And now they need to find a way into the circle. 41 more seconds on the clock right in front of them. Looks like Philippines is waiting. Now the long range from Skyden. Skyden is on the roll.
11 elimination points already from Shroud and his teammate. Even though they lost Ragzin at first, but Skynin going for damage. So, and now they're trying to go for Cambodia's retaliation coming up from the Philippines, making sure they will stay in the blue. But in the meantime, the Philippines are not in the safe zone as well. There you go. They missed it. He whiffed it. Monboy really wants to go for this elimination, but Skynin just keep on tapping on him. It's just impossible for him to just get one out, rank it on there, then try to get on a different angle to approach towards Cambodian side, but we do have Malaysian teams are being fired upon it from the other, and Shroud just tried to camouflage himself within the small brushes and bush, and Skynin tried to grab him a bit of opportunity to go for a leeway disengagement, but it's just too hot for Skynin to save both of them now.
Oh, but both these teams, they're still on the outside of the circle. But look at this, Cambodia, they're starting to move in. At least they have one representative inside. Unfortunately, they will lose Shroud together with his other teammate, but they have Skynin currently in the circle at least. And now pressure's on the Philippines to actually move in, but Skynin will spot up a ball from the side. Ball boy will eliminate Skynin, and the rest of Cambodia will be out at 4th place.
My oh my, but still they got the top 5 consistency for Cambodians. I have to say that's quite a feat for themselves here on last day for the our Razer International invitation, which is going to be in South Asia. But Monboy on the other hand, I'm surprised. I only forgot about Monboy. He's been shooting and spraying against him, but Rankit being knocked down by one of the enemies right across, in which you're going to Malaysian teams. Monboy again got on the blind spot of the enemy's team and got himself another execution. 7 kills for now for the Philippines. But we do have one more Indonesian they have to counter against if they got himself inside the center of it.
Oh, the Philippines, they still don't have the circle. They have Malaysia right for it, but the name will be tossed out by Monboy. Will it land nicely onto Malaysia? Will it eliminate them? Baburu definitely will be out by Monboy. I believe there's one more Malaysian player still active, but they have Indonesia to deal with within the circle. Now, Indonesia, of course, they have a higher chance to get this chicken dinner. Monboy will be pressured by the soul. He only has one first aid. He will use his one and only first aid, and that will be it. He will still need to find a way into the circle. The 5th circle moving to the 6th. The 6th moving to the 7th. Definitely will burn.
Oh boy, that's a saving grace. Last Mac he got himself. In the meantime, kind of tough for Monboy to survive here. Just gonna spray and pray. He's finally down the Philippines. What a valiant effort coming up from Monboy. We're down to for Juara. The Indonesians will fight against Zappy, but you know what? Definitely it's 1v3 or 1v4 the way. And the Indonesians finally got themselves a chicken dinner here.
Yes, and this is what we've been talking about earlier on. This is what I've said. I want to see other teams stepping up and getting that chicken dinner. And I'm so proud to say that Indonesia, you've done it. Congratulations, Indonesia. 1 chicken dinner on the board. Whatever happens, at least you have your flag up. And this is a proud moment for the Indonesians.
Congratulations, finally a different team again get themselves a chicken dinner for our second match of our final day here, and that's going to be our final Miramar as well. But how much will they tally up when it comes to the scoreboard? Is it going to be enough for them to push forward as numbers 1 spot? Because right now when we tally up both countries, both team of the same country, Indonesia, they're pretty much at the 2nd place if you compare it to the Thai starting off today. But with this chicken dinner, will everything change? Because we do know the gap between the 1st and 2nd place of 2 countries there is not that big of a difference.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a really, really good point. We started the day with only 2 points difference between Indonesia as well as Thailand. And considering that in Thailand haven't got that chicken dinner yet, now that we've seen Indonesia with this chicken dinner, I don't know. It's really, really close for these 2 countries. I mean, could it be either of these 2 to the finish?
Same goes for Cambodians. I have to say, I'm not sure if the 2nd team can actually tally up the points that actually push up their rankings for overall both Cambodian teams. Because I have to say, coming from APG Esports, our first Cambodian teams, they have been outperforming so many times. Such consistency. Plus, they got themselves double-digit elimination points. But this is the difference when it comes to Razer Invitational South Asia 2022. It's not just your team. Both teams have to tally up together to get more points there, and it's really depending on the 2nd team at this point, at this rate. For the Myanmars, they kind of stuck too much in between the crossfire. I have to say they're kind of not able to get out from that sticky situation. It's just such a predicament for them to get out. But Indonesians, on the other hand, I have to say they are one of the closest to get number 1 spot. The Thai should be really nervous about this.
Yes, definitely. If I'm the Thais or the fans of the Thais, definitely they'll be super nervous about this. Before this, it was no chicken, no problem for them, and they still trail behind the Thais by 2 points. And with this chicken dinner, obviously they did better than the Thais. And probably overall as well, they did better than the Thais in this Miramar round. Who knows? They might have overtaken the Thais, but we need to wait and see. I mean, it's definitely that close. And it's so hard to tell, and it's now down to the last 2 games.
Yep, it's all down to both teams. Can they perform for each of the country? Definitely, some teams are having a tough time today, including Laos. They got themselves yesterday's chicken dinner, but today they just lost their momentum entirely. The Malaysia, we can see one of the team actually stepping up their match, which is going to be Geek Family from Malaysia. But the other team's sort of having a wonky start yesterday, and kind of slow when it comes to blooming themselves in the final day here. But so many things happening. The Philippines also so close of getting it. But speaking of the Philippines, I do want to know Mizaya's, perspective when it comes to what is your signature dish of your country. Let's get back to our gorgeous hair. Take it away.
I'm so happy you asked that question, Chuchu. I've been waiting so much for that day, for this very day to come. With all that food talk at the beginning of the broadcast, I'm getting hungry here. Come on, guys, you're savage. But yeah, to answer my question, I think to answer your question, my question, it would be bacolod inasal. I love the bacolod inasal here in the Philippines, and I also love. Let's not forget to mention the Chicken Joy in Jollibee that I think recently opened up in Malaysia. So you guys should check it out. Tell your manager to get to Jollibee right this instant because you will never regret it. It is all worth it. All that travel, that money you spend on the chicken. Chef's kiss. Even though it's just fast food, Chicken Joy, crispy, jolly Chicken Joy, spicy version. Can I recommend that? I love everything spicy. And speaking of spicy, that was a really spicy match right there because Indonesia just showing that dominance and now becoming a threat to other countries. I wanted to mention yesterday how Indonesia shows so much promise. I mean, I've seen Brunei came out securing that chicken dinner 3 times, but at some points, Indonesia is just always there at every encounter. It was just unfortunate for them to lose those matches, but I can see a lot of promise. And if you will be looking at the leaderboard, Thailand on the top, Indonesia is not really far behind. Indonesia is at rank 3 and 4 consecutively with their 2 teams. 2 teams, and like what you guys are saying, regardless if one of the teams is doing so well, but the other is kind of left behind, it will be affecting the total score of the tally up when we declare the grand champion for the PUBG Mobile series. So I feel like Indonesia right now, you gotta watch for Indonesia, guys. Maybe there would be a target on their backs from here on out. And I'm really, if I'm going to predict, there is a huge possibility it's either Indonesia or Brunei. Okay, Indonesia, Brunei, and Cambodia. Either of those 3. But I could be wrong. It's just me. It's just my amateur prediction. So moving on, in special occasions in life, we love just getting dressed up to kill to impress people. And we love doing that not only in real life, but in game. Like, we just love buying those skins, even though we spend so much of our money just to look good in game and just to be, I think it adds +10 to accuracy and having that skin. And you can definitely purchase your skins using the Razer Gold. It is a unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. And it allows you to buy in-game and content to get more out of your purchases, including getting rewarded from or with the Razer Silver and exclusive game deals. So we'll be taking a short break once again as we prepare for map 3. Things are getting crazier here, so stay tuned, guys, and we'll see you back again in a jiffy.
Make Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
And we're back here in Razer Invitational 2022. This is still your host, alive and kicking. I'm Aya Maria, and I will be with you today for the rest of the series. I just want to say hi to everybody in the chat, actually, because I'm seeing a lot of supporters, especially from the Philippines. So, hello, raise that flag, give our country the moral boost, the confidence, the last round in map 2, actually it was down to Philippines and Indonesia, or Cambodia, I forgot, like Philippines and Indonesia, and we're actually kind of hoping we could take that win, we could secure that chicken dinner so we can have that Filipino pride. But unfortunately it was Indonesia who took that round, and Philippines will still have to step up their game for the PUBG Mobile series here in the Razer C tournament. And now we're actually down to the last second to the last map for tonight. And again, things are getting juicier here. It's a different region every time. Day 1 it was Thailand getting chicken dinners. Day 2 it was Brunei. Today it's kind of interesting because we had Cambodia earlier and then Indonesia, and I wonder who's going to come out as the victor for map 3. So just to give you a little bit of a recap, we have the top 5 countries, the powerhouses so far. It's Thailand, Cambodia, Brunei, and Indonesia, and not the scores are not really that far behind, so there's still a lot of things that can happen here with the outcome. But without further ado, let's now head on to map 3, calling in our casters all the way from the beautiful land of Malaysia. Let's get to it, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo.
Aya, and it's beautiful in Manila and Philippines as well. And definitely, I just learned the recipe of adobo from Aya previously. We're gonna try it later, Cloud. You heard the recipe as well, so we might do a bit of a soupy day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like what you said. It's like two aunts sharing recipes with each other. Yeah, I listened in. I had a lot of imagination running. That okay, it's very nice to have some of those. But well, we got work to do before we can actually head out for our dinners. And of course, for all teams as well, they have work to do too, because they will need to gather more points to be crowned the champions. Now, I have a hunch that Indonesia is actually really, really close, and I might not be too surprised if they already surpass Thailand from the overall points. But let's check that out right now.
But when it comes to team as individual or team itself, so far we have Cambodia Team 1, which is going to be APG Esports of Cambodia, taking with 161 at number 1 spot with only one chicken, Cloud. One chicken.
Yes, one chicken, boosting them up to at least for now, as well we can see what the teams 153 points at second place. Cambodia, 2 ends. One of them is at the top right now, 161 points, but the other one is 18 points. It kind of drags the overall a little bit for Cambodia, but let's see how they'll fare at the other day. Thailand still pretty hard. I can say Indonesia is pretty hard as well. Both teams actually on page 1.
But the thing is, we did mention about they have to tally up, or the accumulation points will be added up later between the two teams of the same country. So right now, I have to say the Indonesian and the Thai still have a good shot at this, and definitely Brunei have to consider the second team as well. But here comes our top countries so far. Overtake Indonesia at number 1 spot. Thailand been pushed down with almost 11 points in between, while the Bruneians are really closing up the gap as well. Now, this can still be anybody's game.
Yes, because we must remember it is 2 teams at points accumulation. So yes, although it looks like the gap is pretty significant, Brunei has like what, a 57 point gap, with Indonesia currently at number 1, but it's 2 teams accumulation and we have 2 more rounds to go, so it's still realistic for Brunei to catch up to the number 1 spot. Now, of course, the title battle will be between Thailand as well as Indonesia. Only 11 points separating these 2 teams, and Indonesia overtook Thailand, who has been superb in this tournament as well. And now they are number 1. But can they hold on to the number 1 spot? Let's wait and see in SANHOK.
The World Cup map where everything just have to put at risk, too much at stake. And the thing is, this is a huge statement coming up from Bruneians who haven't been exposed to that much of professional tournaments for entire, but they actually are very qualified and very high quality, high tier players up there, huge potential. Just stating that out within this Razer Invitational Asia 2022, there's just so much they can actually offer on the table.
Oh yeah, hopefully they can do well and maybe pull off a surprise. I mean, it's still very, very doable for the Bruneians. But let's check out this area. So it's Philippines against Thailand in the northern side, and yes, this is it. This is Tambang here. So some things never change, which is the fight between the two teams for this area. At least for Malaysia against, I think it was one of the Myanmar teams, if I'm not mistaken, in Ruins. The Malaysians disengaged because they lost all the fights in Myanmar, so they let him have it. But okay, I spoke too soon. Sonic been spotted out by Cambodia. It's Cambodia, in fact. And now Malaysia will be the first one to put first blood or to bleed in SANHOK.
Feels bad being you right now. The moment you mention it, just like how it was last match, and it happened again this time. A bit too soon we mentioned about them, and Sonic's the first one to bet out, but it's not over yet for them, as they still have a bit of a more room to play around. Luckily enough, they go for this engagement. Like you mentioned here before, Cloud, they fought against the Myanmars, they fought against some Cambodians, but the Malaysians are having a tough time to actually adapt in this entire tournament. Make me question, how will they fare when it comes to the upcoming tournaments later on?
Yeah, definitely. This is a slight preview, of course, of what's to come in the coming year. And so far, Thailand's been doing pretty well. Now they're fighting against the Philippines, but this time they're going to go for the disengage strategy. Now we move forward to another location. Oh, sorry, I just saw the elimination feed, whereby there's a civil war happening between the Singaporeans and Insider just naded Virgil.
Yeah, it's gonna be double Nate just now. Both of them having against each other for quite some time for the Singaporeans, but the Laos taking on Cambodia in one team just now, who try to get as much elimination points as possible. We saw them been jumping compounds after compound to get their victims on top of their crosshair, which can be Cambodians trying to fight against Laos one. Starlot wrapping around the corner, trying to find that last person. Double peek at the same time. They got it. It's gonna be secure. Definitely, it's gonna be an execution there. While they are reviving long, they try to spot out the rest of Cambodian teammates from afar. They're spotting them out, but Noor, definitely your friends comes first. That's what brothers are for.
Yeah, I know, right? Like blood is thicker than water. So yeah, better pick up your teammates. But Shroud almost gunned down though, so lucky for Shroud, he wasn't, but you gotta be careful behind him. Malaysia is behind as well. And Lao, they have the advantage, but now Skynet is down to 50% of health, down to 20% of health, and Skynet needs to recover, but he only has 5 bandages, no first aids on his side, and he's on the lower ground, so it's not good news for Skynet, not a good position to be in. And ouch.
My God, that was literally a threat that is hanging on for Skynet with 4 band-aids remaining, now down to 3, maybe down to 1 after this, with only band-aids to work with. They haven't got that much looting to be done yet. This is the issue, and we talked about before. A very small map, 16 towns, but 18 teams to be contending this part of SANHOK. But Raimon exposed himself way too much. Here comes. Cambodians are actually stuck between 2 teams. Whether Malaysian, Lao, make it 3. I think there's one more team trying to find them out at the same time. While we have the Philippines still having a go, the duel against the Thai teams there. He might go for disengagement. Ramon exposed himself way too much while running to take covers. What a bad timing.
And the points given to Thailand. So now Thailand has 4 points. They lost Logan, but at least they secure 4 early points in this round. So that's going to give them the boost, the mental boost that they need to go through it. Now, again, Thailand winning this fight in the areas of Tan Mok. So now they will have the entire area for them to loot. And they can kind of chill. Considering that the circle is also on their side, so they can yeah, chill for now. Now that they've eliminated Philippines, and Philippines is the first team to be out.
If you notice, for both Thai teams, Infinity and FaZe Clan coming from the Thailand, both teams are going on a rampant mode. We're talking about them trying to get aggressive as possible just to gain more elimination points to overtake Indonesia on the number one spot here. Both teams are very proactive and not even stop for a single second. While we have Malaysian teams, these are one of the teams that's having a share same fate as the Singaporeans, where they have been trying to make a space for themselves to just have that rotation, but it just didn't work out no matter where they drop themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they need to learn how to adapt. But that's the thing about this kind of map, right? It's SANHOK, and you have more than your regular 16 teams. And we've talked about this before. That it doesn't really surprise me that a lot of fights happen very, very early in SANHOK, and we see that teams go out fairly early, despite them already played like what? This is the third SANHOK for now. They should be adapting with each other, but yeah, it is what it is. It is just how small the map is.
That's kind of true. And Chem Alpha is very lonely right now. Nobody loves Chem Alpha since the circle quite concentrated towards the center of a mainland or main peninsula. Hopefully, it didn't end up on top of Quarry. It's going to be a tricky one if we're looking at a final circle there. But we do have a couple of teams coming from the north. Only one team, actually. The Thai is actually taking as their own sweet time to rotate towards downwards later, which I don't think is even a problem to begin with. It's a very clear pathway for them being forged out. But back towards the Singaporeans, they had a civil war back then, but the pathway sort of. Now Malaysians stuck in between of Laos and also one more team right across them. I think that's going to be their own teammate, sorry. And I don't know why there's only one person actually going down the hill just now. It's very awkward position for one teammate to get be apart from the others.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's happening though. Plus, it is SANHOK, and we did talk about how small SANHOK is. If you detach yourself away from your teammates, you're likely to be caught out alone.
Nope. Or hopefully they rethink about their strategy. Back to Bruneians now. They're really close to closing up to second and first place. Hopefully they didn't get any mishaps happen to them. But for Laos, they're trying to hold on to Quarry Compound as much as they can, each one of them to get one building. But a problem is not just them eyeing out this compound. We have 4 teams, every single corner there is trying to take this away from them. So hopefully they are well prepared when it comes to the rush later. Coming up from Malaysians, on the other hand, they're playing this as low as possible, as the Malaysian number 2 teams actually just run down to 2 more men. Quite low in terms of firepower and also their manpower there. Definitely don't have enough people to guard every single angle possible, while Indonesians are playing it very commando type. Quite out in the open, very daring, but in the meantime trying to find victims along the way.
Mm-hmm. Yep, playing the commando. It is SANHOK, so it's kind of commando-ish. I mean, yeah, jungle and all that stuff. I'm just trying to find a relation.
So commandos don't go deserts.
Well, I'm sure they do. I don't know. It just feels like the theme here. Like maybe because we're in a tropical country, so we see more green rather than desert. So probably have that in my mind.
Oh, well, that might be true. But back about the Singaporeans, they're having a bit of a civil war at quite some time here. They've been clashing against each other for many, many times. And Requiem would definitely be revived by Juggernaut. While in the meantime, Inside going for the flank side might find Nasty along the way. Oh, Nasty. I feel bad for him if he actually got Inside along his rotations on the flank side. And the blue is closing in, by the way. I'm not sure how long both teams actually will stay here, because none of the teams will win at this point if they're too far out into the blue. And it's both Singaporean teams as well, might impact the entire overall rankings.
I know, right? It's unfortunate that they had to bump into each other in this area. So it doesn't help that they are still playing by the blue. And how far are they from the blue? Not too sure. But we'll get a visual later on. Nevertheless, while the Singaporean team starting to disengage, we have Juggernaut together with Requiem already leaving Sami. And if it's Sami, I'm guessing the circle is somewhere in the main peninsula. It's quite difficult for the... Oh yeah, there you have it. So they need to cross the river. and that's not going to be an easy feat.
We have a possibility to might ended up in Quarry or maybe in the outskirts of it. Seems like it might be ended up there. We have no clue if it heart shift all the way, but there will be quite a long journey from the Singaporeans that we are actually observing right now, way down in Sami, and then have to cut across maybe Laos team if they want to get into Painan. Look at how concentrated at the center of the circle. We're talking about maybe 6 to 8 teams already parked themselves right in the center of it. And the Bruneians definitely already hold on this quite for some time, and the Myanmars might bump into them, and both Myanmar team are tailing each other out. And I think Myanmar team is actually just gonna have themselves banned. Well, the rest of Thai teams, if you look at it, they're doing the yo-yo here this time, Cloud. They're just going out, taking a couple of loots in the blue, while they park themselves in Paradise Resort for the next circle.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're moving over to the Thais, the team that's currently also in the chase for the number 1 spot. But now let's check out what happened to Singapore. So Singapore still fighting, still not letting each other go yet. But Moxie's starting to move in, and Moxie's going to go for the 1v2. The revive should be able to kick in, and Juggernaut is up. Moxie now with a couple of shots sprayed, but Moxie now being fired upon. 10% of health left for Moxie. I don't think there's enough time for him to use a first aid. I think he will go down. Ares will take down Requiem. And is it enough time for Moxie? Yes, he will survive.
It's pain in the heart to actually watch 2 Singaporeans fighting each other, and they still take the blue. But we're not done for Malaysians. Oh boy, the Thais really wiping out quite clean, decimated by the Titans. It's going to be gone for 1 Malaysian team. So I do have Singaporeans. They have heavy casualty on that side just now. And Moxie still trying to survive. They lost another one, Ares. The last person going to remain here. Moxie trying to carry out the name of one of Singaporean team, which is going to be second team. While Singapore 1 still chasing out Moxie. I'm not sure why they're just lingering around in Sami for too long. This is a standard. It's not supposed to be happening.
I know, right? It's like, guys, circle, guys, move, guys, blue zone, guys, like, just move. Like, okay, you're done now. Disengage now. I mean, Moxie even left the place. Moxie is not interested to continue on the fight. So I guess they should just focus circle first, like priority circle, rather than trying to get that one single elimination, which might not be worth it.
I totally agree. And the fact that they kind of getting themselves late into the party, just remember to step in, so many eyes watching out, and to be shot down as well. That's the thing if you come in very late in this type of very small map, by the way. I do get the idea generated that they want to get the loot in case the other team actually fall down, and just trying to get as much first aid as possible. The problem is, do you have the confirmation they might have, they actually have the first aids in the first place? Like we mentioned, it's all about placement point here, Cloud. We do know the fact that the placement point is quite high. It's 20 points just getting chicken dinner. That's not even including the elimination points yet.
Yeah, I know, right? So that again, that means that you have to prioritize surviving. Surviving has to be the main priority, considering that the amount of points for survivability is high. So the fact that the 2 Singaporean teams fighting in the blue zone up to this moment, it's definitely not worth it. I mean, even if you're not fighting against each other, whoever you're fighting, you should just prioritize survivability. This has been the success for teams like Indonesia, like Thailand. That's why they're up there, because they're able to survive.
It's kind of true. In the end of the day, the Battle Royale is all about survival games still, honestly speaking.
Yeah.
But we do have some teams actually at the center. The Myanmar is taking it right in the middle of the circle. We do have the Thais already slowly creeping into the northwest side. The Bruneians slowly closing in as well. We do have both Brunei, but the Cambodians only left with Shroud, I think, after such a quite aggressive early on from them. They lost quite a heavy casualty. For the Thais, in the other hand, they got themselves 3 elimination points already at this point, and they still want to go for more. You can see how aggressive their point of view is. They just want to get as much victims as possible.
And Juggernaut from Singapore has been taken down. This is what happens if you rotate in late. You be gate capped. And Cabo will finish off. So while the Singaporean teams is out and the points given to Lao, so Singapore only has one more team left. And again, because you rotated late, you've been gatekept by other teams like what Lao is doing right here. It's just, it's not beneficial for teams to rotate in this late.
It's kind of true. Always not a win-win situation if they're tanking out the blue. That's funny. That's the unique about this tournament. Though. Like, you were at each other's throat for Singaporeans just now, and then you're hoping for that one team to actually hold on to it last minute after you're actually scraping each other's life out. But hopefully Moxie can survive solo all the way to carry out Singaporeans to have a bit more points later on. But we're not done here yet. The Indonesia is still playing it very quiet. The Myanmar's on the other hand on their edge, where they feel sort of presence of the Indonesian team, but have no clue where exactly. Janta have his eyes onto Tomyu, exactly where he's standing. Alvin got the information, definitely going to rotate himself in a better position, but not having any clue there's more teams right in front of him.
Yeah, he's just keeping eyes in case they're doing anything sneaky, but doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. I guess everyone's well and harmony in the circle, so we may need to wait for the fourth circle to see if anyone wants to make any big moves. But maybe I spoke too soon though, so Myanmar made their move and they managed to get an elimination onto Indonesia, so I guess I'm just going to stop making predictions now.
Yeah, that's kind of true. But I did notice that most of the players actually try to loot jumping and try to find a couple of compounds that still not been looted by the other teams just to find first aid. But all they can actually get is the band-aids. Look at Ilham, 23 first aid with one med kit, 66 band-aids. What are you going to do with the 66 band-aids for? Why are you doing that? It's not going to help. That's not going to help him anyway.
Well, he's probably going to go for the heel to the finish, like at least a second place finisher. So Ilham is ready for it. He has a med kit, 23 first aids. I mean, he even has his teammate holding like 20 bandages in case he needs them, but with 60-ish, he doesn't need the 20. So he's going to play with the healing kit, that's for sure. But now let's keep attention onto Shroud. So starting to move in. So it's going to be Shroud against Moxie for Singapore. He's going to win this fight. Moxie now down to 10% health. Shroud will win the fight against Moxie. And his name is Shroud.
He's the solo survivor. He's the alpha male. You called it. He definitely knows what he's doing. But both team of Singaporeans have to bow out quite early. That's going to hurt them when it comes to overall ranking. And even tally up the points of both teams, they're not going to be enough to push them into the first page. Back to his Shroud. One man solo all the way with 6 first aids, 10 band-aids. Well, that's the thing, 66 band-aids for what bandages? Ilham, I really want to know. That's the reason why the other teams don't actually get first aid, is because of Ilham just took all of the entire map first aids towards himself.
I know, right? The 21st aids. Yep, Ilham just took all of them. But now let's get focused onto Genta. Managed to secure their elimination onto Brunei. So Brunei, one of the teams out. So Brunei, they still have one more representative to take as many points as possible. But they happen to bow out to their closest rivals, which is Indonesia. And Lao eliminated as well by another Indonesian team. So both Indonesian teams ranking in the points.
It's kind of true. They want to secure the position number one spot here. Both teams are going all out, and that's quite a distance. I think it's around, what, 300 meters shot just now. We're looking over that tapping and spray and also the snipes. But Shroud, one man solid all the way. No fear. Back towards the Indonesian, trying to take down Lao. That tap will connect no matter what. Take him quite some time from Alan. He's furious right now because the tap doesn't work. He's just going to spray. Still got him nevertheless. And it's going to explode. But Noah, on the other end, tried to retaliate. The counter fire didn't connect, but this is where the Indonesians tried to close in for the rush.
Oh, Noah now, the last man. Well, they could go for it though, definitely, because they could use more points. But for Brunei, unfortunately, Ben will be gunned down. Genta with a long-range spray onto Pubgm, and Pubgm will finish off another point for Indonesia. So that's already 4 points for them. For at least team number 1 for Indonesia. Team number 2 for Indonesia has 6 points. And now they're not stopping just yet with the long-range spray onto the other side, trying to get more elimination points for Team Indonesia.
Oh, I feel bad for Shroud. The moment he steps in, it's going to be in between crossfire here. The smokes sort of feels like this sort of presence there, but definitely nobody is actually running by. Chang on the other hand tried to go for the rotation, try to spot out the other teams that's firing on top of this hill, but the Myanmar will be spotted out by both Indonesian team or maybe just Indonesian two teams. Now Myanmar, they're kind of stuck here with this compound. Luckily enough, they got themselves this building, but it's not inside of a circle. They have to push forward no matter what.
Yeah, they do not have the circle, but just look at this. The minimap, Indonesia is actually gatekeeping all these teams. They have at least one representative in the circle, but Inzaghi is on the outside as well, together with the teammates. So both Indonesian teams around the same area. They need to fight their way into the circle. Just look at this, the circle is towards the right side. And Myanmar as well as Thailand, both of them in it. Thailand, of course, they're aiming for that number one spot, and they are in the circle with the compound.
And the Brunei just finished, obliterate the entirety of the Philippines just now. From the northern, they might actually crossfire against the Thais, who's just going to pass by the same roadmap they're having in the map right now. Thais, both coming up from the northern side. Those are actually coming up from the north. Good luck. There's going to be the fire powerhouse coming in to spraying over whoever walks by. But back towards Indonesian team, they're having a good go here. Both teams having quite a number of elimination, but the Myanmar has spotted them out. Sakura tried to just tossing out the nade, but hopping over to his Myanmar, they're spotting out Shroud. Maybe nobody actually still sees Shroud. He's still running. Tony K on the other end, quite low, trying to survive. And now Veer, he's still trying to run away with the blue, but only 2 first aid. I'm not sure how he can survive for the next few advancements since there's so many teams right across him.
Yeah, bandages won't cut it at the 6th circle onward, so he has to depend on his first aids. Now he's still on the outside, he's still in the blue, he's still tanking it. Myanmar needs to move as well, but they can play the gatekeeping role. 35 more seconds on the clock, and the circle is not too far away for them. But unfortunately for Inzaghi from Indonesia, will be taken out. Sakaria will be taken out by Mernat as well. And Indonesia, I think they are losing team members, but they still have some manpower to play with. Myanmar moving into the circle, and Shroud is taking on the blue with only 2 first aids in his hand.
Oh, Indonesia, one eliminated. We have one more to go. They both got quite a number volume of eliminations just now. The Myanmars, on the other hand, have been very proactive. Both Myanmar teams seems like the same wavelength as the Indonesian teams just now. They're going all out for the elimination points. Quite reckless, but it's still working out quite right for them. Shroud! He has nothing else to work with anymore. Only 10 seconds! Oh! Such a long time for him to actually go down, but it's still valiant effort from Shroud.
But Piasso from Brunei will be taken out by the zone at the same time, so it's going to be 5th place for another Bruneian team. Myanmar, they managed to make their way into the circle. Ilham is playing a healing game as we expected, as what we saw earlier on, the amount of utilities that he has. Nuzi will be gunned down, and now Thailand has one last player left.
Now, Myanmar is trying to fight against a bit of a Myanmar team here, while the Thais are keeping the pressure on their side as well. So they have to be very alert about and very cautious about where they want to go next. It's quite a 3-way battle. While Ilham will wait and see how long can he last. Will another team bow out before Ilham bows down first? The Myanmars trying to close the gates in between. We're looking at the ties in between these two Myanmar teams. Whilst I'm not sure is there any Myanmar teams left here. Maybe 1 or 2 persons left on the ties. But all 4 men, 8 people of Myanmar still well and alive. These players know exactly how to work in SANHOK.
I think one of the Thai teams are playing the healing game. So because we have 4, yes, we have 4. So 1 Indonesian team, 1 Thai team is playing the healing game, and the 2 Myanmar teams are just going to duke it out. So Ilham, 14 more first aids. You know what? The maximum that anyone can heal in SANHOK is until the 9th circle, and that's it. With 13 more, probably till touching the 8th, and that's about it.
Yep. I think starting off the 8th phase, he will be running out from his first 8. Definitely his 66 band-aids have been used up. Just spamming the button in Ilham. Just press the one single button. But yep, definitely there's one person coming up from the Thais actually playing the healing game while Loki forcing the fight. It's right in front of him. He didn't spot him out.
Oh, Loki, just right in front of him. Oh no, he didn't notice that. But Smile, wait a second, Smile! No, he didn't notice. Smile with a backstab. Smile still managed to take one down before he goes down himself.
Oh, the civil war of the top two contenders for the last few circles there. Oh, WTI actually spraying it out. Naughty Boy trying to wrap things around. He found the entire team of Myanmar 1 and now the Myanmar 2. It's going to be them reigning and also taking the throne for this chicken dinner. But all they need to do is wait for the healing game is done because both Ilham have only 3 more first 8. I'm not sure how much the other side of a tie actually have on this. Tani actually have almost similar amount of first 8. Whoever goes down first definitely got himself a 3rd place here.
Yeah, that's a known strat for the Infinity as well. They will definitely play the healing game in SANHOK, so I'm not too surprised to see Gartuni actually playing the doctor role. But yeah, so it's going to be either Indonesia or Thai. It's going to be okay. So it's going to be Indonesia taking that 3rd spot. Thai is going to take number 2. And wait a second, wait. Okay, so it's never. Okay, so I thought he got a final elimination. Okay, because of the screen switch that fast. But anyway, Myanmar will take home this chicken dinner.
Congratulations to Myanmar, who got himself their debut finally for last day here. Got themselves the chicken that they have been dreaming of since day number 1. But will it be enough to push them in the overall ranking board? Because just now, we saw the top 5 still ended up with Indonesian teams and also the Thai still in there, getting themselves quite a number of eliminations and still consistently plays themselves as the top 8 teams till the end.
Yep, and today we have all our games so far. We have different teams or different countries getting the chicken dinner, so it's good. It's a good last day. It's refreshing to see different teams getting the chicken dinner on the board, but nevertheless, who's consistent? Now, we happen to see Indonesia as well as Thailand number 3 and number 4 respectively, and these 2 teams, they are duking it out for that number 1 spot. So the overall charts will be interesting as we watch these highlights.
Yep, we do see the Cambodians quite aggressive at first, but sometimes it's sort of serving them as double blade. When they caught up in the middle of a war zone and they start to fire first, everybody knows their position, exploiting their own information towards all the enemies surrounding them. That's not turning out quite well for them. But back towards the circle, it's already tough enough for the players. None of them actually going towards Cam Alpha since the circle is really far from it. But we ended up right in the outskirts of Pori. The Malaysians, on the other hand, is just, I don't know. It's just, I'm really having my expectation crushed down for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it hasn't been that day. The best that we've seen is one of the Malaysian teams in Miramar, and that's about it. But other than that, it hasn't really been their day, though. But yeah, at least they have 2 chicken dinners on the board to shout out. And it's nice to also see other teams performing. This is what we asked for the past few days, like other teams starting to step up. And this is what we got for the final day.
That's kind of true, especially Cambodians. I'm loving how they step up their match here. Same goes for Laos, but actually it's just kind of tough for Laos because it's a bit wonky. They just bomb up into so many teams at the same time. But Myanmar is a different story here. We can see how they are so synchronized between themselves to actually get a good angle to shoot, and even the elimination points is quite good. But for Ilham, he definitely knows what he's set himself on. His objective is just to stay alive as much as possible. But this is where Smile backstab every single person. He camouflaged himself right in the bushes of near the corner of the structures. Nobody actually spot him out. But in the end of the day, still Myanmar's getting themselves a bit more elimination points in the last minute. But Tani, he tried so hard to get that 1 more point before he goes down, but didn't make it through.
Yeah, Gartuni tried to get that 1 more elimination point, but yep, I mean, he'll still be happy with the 2nd place finish, that's for sure. And of course, his team is raising the Thailand flag to try to get that number 1 spot. But nevertheless, I think it's going to be really, really close here. The last game definitely will be impactful towards who will win the game, who will take home the championship for this tournament.
That's kind of true. If you tally up the scores, we have no clue who's actually at top number 1 right now. No, it's like anybody's game still. Even though you're not number one in overall rankings, it's okay because there might be chances some countries taking over the others in the very last minute because we're down to last SANHOK map. But before that, we're back to our host, gorgeous Aya. Do share with us more recipes from your national dish because I want to know more. But take it away, Aya.
More recipes, I see. Well, besides the chicken adobo that you will be cooking tonight, or I think tomorrow, it's more of like a stew, not a soup. So you can change if it's just a little bit of water. You can dissolve it while boiling it, or you can do more if you want it more soupy. But then again, that is chicken adobo for you guys, the classic go-to meal here in the Philippines. I myself would call our native national dish. And then again, we still have Jollibee Chicken Joy as our other national dish. But yeah, Myanmar takes the win for map 3. Actually, that was unexpected turn of events here. Like, it's a different region or country coming out, securing that chicken dinner every time. With map 1, we've got Cambodia. On map 2, it's Indonesia, and for map 3 is Myanmar for a change. So congratulations, guys! Wave that flag high. And can I just comment on Indonesia? That band-aid hoarding right there, the 66 band-aids and the first aid. Like, they can open a pharmacy with that, like the Ilham pharmacy. Oh yes, they could actually go on a medical mission around the world and save lives from COVID with those band-aids and first aid kits. I believe that is one of their secret recipe to winning. So good try, Indonesia, though, for the first aid spam. Ilham, you are the MVP. So anyways, moving over, who would have thought that esports would be this huge? And we're now here doing Razer Invitational. This is our second year to prepare most of our esports team around Southeast Asia for the upcoming SEA Games. And if you're also looking forward to become an esports star yourself, anyone here who aspires to become one, just let me know in the chat. So we have something to offer you. Razer is ready to crank up your iOS and Android with the Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller. Gain unhindered controls for your mobile phones with its clickable analog jump-sticks and ultra-low latency. It means it's always synced up with your games. So we're getting into the last map, the final map, the final showdown, the deal breaker for tonight. There's a lot of things that can happen, but as of now, as far as I know, Indonesia was on top with the partial scores, which is 278, but we have to still tally the scores up from the last map. Thai second in the lead, Brunei with 221, but I feel like there might be a change in the rankings after that last map, so it's really hard to tell who can come out on top here. But my money is on Indonesia still. But that's just my my amateur opinion or prediction. But yeah, as we prepare for map number 4, the final showdown, we'll be taking a short break. Get your coffee, get your popcorn. Again, this is Maria, and see you back again in a few minutes.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
clip.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clip.
rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clip.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Make it clap.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Things are about to get real as we are now down to the last map and the last game to cap off the PUBG Mobile series. This is Maria from the Philippines. It's already 9:07 p.m. but the show must go on, and this is the Razer Invitational 2022 PUBG Mobile Edition. So grab your popcorns, grab your chickens, grab your band-aids because things are about to get messy in here. So, serving you the last chicken dinner for tonight. Choo Choo and Sir Cloud, let's get things cooking.
Wow, we're all about the food theme today, right? So let's get it cooking. And the meal is about to be served as we will jump into our final game. And man, I mean, it's definitely going to be a very tight game till the end for some of the countries who's eyeing the top spot.
It's kind of true. Put your Razer headsets on because things will really be tricky and you have to listen to every action, every footsteps along the entire match. Yeah, we're down to the last one, Cloud. It's gonna be SANHOK again, another wild card. Last match to put everything at risk, a lot at stakes as well, and we have no clue who's taking number one spot if you tally up all the points together.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I have no clue as well. We're used to looking at like per team, how many points they get, and that's kind of straightforward whenever they come up the score sheet. But this time, it's like you need to add on 2 teams to have the accumulated points. So it's a little bit tricky, but nevertheless, let's review what's our current standings like.
Yep, Cambodia seems like having a very good run, but will it be enough? This is a bit of a problem. Are still at top 18 there, the lowest spot there is. Really wrestling it out with against Indonesian teams. We're talking about the first spot here at stake for both teams are trying to snatch it out, but the Bruneians in the other hand at 4th place for one of the teams, but the other on the other hand still at top 10 at 10th place. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. And we do have Thai number 2 at 6th place, Myanmar 1 at 119, Malaysia with 1 chicken, 114, still a lot of gap in between, while the Philippines slowly closing in the smaller gap, but still a long way to get 9th place.
Yep, and on page number 2, we have Brunei 2 and number 10 with 90 points. Myanmar 2, number 11 with 85 points with a chicken dinner in the name. Malaysia 2, number 12, 78 points. Laos 2, 70 points at number 13. Singapore 2, 64 points. Another Singapore team as well, 60 points, 14 and 15 respectively. Philippines 1, number 16, 58 points. Laos 1, 17th place with 57 points. And Cambodia 2, number 18 with 18 points. Now, just from a rough calculation, I do think that it's a fight to the finish between Thailand as well as Indonesia for the title.
You think still Brunei got a last chance at shot getting number 1 spot? It might be a far-fetched option, but it's still a glimmer of hope in there somewhere.
I think it's a bit tough for Brunei because they have the second team on page 2. If the second team was on page 1, then maybe. But so far, our chicken masters, the person who has served the most chickens to us is definitely Brunei. And whatever happens after this, they have to be proud with this achievement.
And this is the first time I'm looking at a Brunei flag really being zoomed in. Haven't seen this detail ever before, but congratulations to Brunei having the chicken master with the most chicken dinner, which is going to be the Brunei 1 coming up from ESB Reeling, having it go since day number 2 until now, keeping the momentum up. But question is, can they still get the number 1 spot, or at least ended up in 2nd spot here? But I'm loving their show and performance. I hope they do have chicken in nasi kato, since that's their traditional national dish. I'm not sure, do they have it, Cloud?
Yeah, they do. It's part
There
of
you
the
go.
dish. So there you go. So yep, we're getting food lessons here and there, and I happen to be looking at food videos during the break. Man, it is dinner time, and we still haven't got ours. Just saying.
Yep, hopefully they have 3 types of chickens they can cook for Brunei, since they want for more. And we're looking at the last match here. It's still anybody's game, and we saw the last SANHOK, Cloud. The fact that it's a very small map, chances are a lot of teams have to go through a lot of skirmishes in the early phase. Plus, the circle itself just now was not actually helping the players when it comes to sharing the compound. Kind of scope it down to only 2 islands in the end of the day instead of 3. And it's like, 18 teams, the thing is, and it's a very small map. But here comes our top fragger, still Genta at number 1 spot.
With 30 elimination points, and Skyden coming in at 2nd place with 27 elimination points, and we have Shroud with 26 elimination points. So I believe we have 2 Cambodian players on the charts, and yeah, they just imagine this. You just combine the 4 of them, they're like what, 53 points just from the.
Yep. That's kind of true. Cambodians, especially coming out from APG Esports, a Cambodian 1 team, they got themselves the highest elimination points in the overall with 80 eliminations by far, just them alone. But here comes our match of the day, the final one. We're heading into the last SANHOK for our last match and last round in this Razer South Asia Invitational 2022 this time. But oh boy, who will it be? Philippines, do they still have a shot at top 3 as well?
I think it's a bit tough for the Philippines though to get a shot at the top 3. I still think the top 3 is locked between Indonesia, Thailand, as well as Brunei. I think the points is just significant enough for us to see either of these 3. It just depends on who will be the champion. That is still the question mark.
Yep, and 1 point away. It's going to be 1 point worth of, $2,000 in difference when it comes in 1st and 2nd place later. So it will cost them quite a lot now. Every single elimination has to be treated as a dime here. I'm talking about really precious diamond. And speaking of Malaysian teams, you do have a Cube Baby on the run with an AKM, but most of the teams here right now, when it comes to SANHOK, they're having a very fast rotation since it's a small map, and the loots are very limited. We saw before in the previous match, Indonesian teams, Ilham just take every single first 8 there is the entire map. Hence, all the other teams cannot even save for themselves any.
I know, right? So we'll see if there's anything left in this final round. But same goes for the Malaysian teams. And SANHOK, it's really not that bad, especially for Gig Fam. Always going out early. And wow, very interesting final circle. But look at this. You mentioned about Cam Alpha not having anyone, and now you have 3 teams in Cam Alpha.
Yeah, because of Circle. This is just north all the way. And luckily, it's not Heart in Circle. It will be more painful if it's just Heart in Circle. But we do see the Singaporeans being quick pick and straight away shot down by the Cambodians team, who's not really actually missing any bullet at all. I have to say, Shroud, he's deserving for the top 3 fraggers. Might as well got himself a top 2 or even the top 1 later on after by the end of this match.
Yep, maybe, hopefully, because he's been showing a lot of good performances throughout this tournament. So I do want to see him getting an award for himself at least. But now let's get focused on the QB. So he's going to be the last man standing. He has snipes on the other side, covering him from afar. But the QB will need to defend for himself as he is being approached by the 2 players from Singapore. But unfortunately, it's just too much for him to handle. Snipes can only watch.
That was too far from him. Quite a lot of structures in between, but he found Moxie. He shot him down. He got on his knees for Moxie, but Sonic is striving to be alive as well as he's bleeding out across the other side of the map. It's quite far, and this is a bit one of the strats that we've talked about before, they are scattered about for Malaysian teams, one each for every angle possible. But the thing is, they're being ambushed by the entire team of Singaporeans. The whole cavalry is here, but Sonics will be finished off by Nasty straight away. And that's going to be 3 in the back while remaining with 2 members. Moxie and Aris will have to rush this one out. And thank you so much for Moxie and Aris, but you have to wait till the end of it and still keep supporting your team since they are still in the battlefield.
Yep, and of course, talking about those that are still in the battlefield, Damaso is still in this, and Thailand just beside him, sharing the same compound. Ventores getting the first knockdown to Kenzo, as well as New being knocked out by Ventores. Lycan taking down New, and looks like Thailand making this their fortress. Lao will lose 2 players.
Yep, and Kenzo still quite far from him to finish off, but Tony K found a loophole there. Just gonna peek out. Again, with a very nice scope as well. He got himself quite a luxurious amount of loot in the early phase, and Kanzo has no way out at all. Nobody will save him as he's kind of struggling to make sure he's covered himself, but last tick of health, that's going to be the end of it. And Tony K still going to secure 1 more elimination points from that. Ventores actually, that get himself that last bit of health. Well, Damaso kind of thinking whether to go in or not. There's so many people out there. Damaso definitely feels like he should corner himself in a very small hut, but this is not looking great. Look how the direction of them going from the ties.
Oh no, they might not know that Damaso is there, but the fact that they are approaching building after building now. Hello, happy birthday from Damaso! Damaso! With the Vector, managed to get a knockdown, but not to do the elimination. Whoa! Damaso getting 2! Can he actually clutch it? But nah, it's just too much for him. I mean, the Vector, high firing rate, low ammo. There's no way he can clutch that unless he had a.
Oh boy!
Oh,
Oh, this is so hard to watch. And Dami got the last person. Monboy tried to save, have a bit of an accident. Didn't make it on time. Tony K finishing off straight away with a tuk-tuk being exploded up. Now Dami got, on the other hand, cancelled out whatever intentions were and just going to go for a swim right now. The Thai is really going in all out this time. They're really aggressive, very proactive. We can. That was really a close, almost clutch moment coming out from the Philippines. I have to say that was really something that we can see. Even though without his helmet, I think Damaso almost got all 3.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Almost, but looks like Thailand still wins this fight at least, and that's what they want. Demigod still holding it on for the Philippines, and seems like they have a different strategy of dropping far away this time. So switching up for the final game, it seems, and giving up their best. And this is another Philippine team. So we have Shazam together with Opti. They're playing a little bit closer to each other. Lao just behind them. And considering that this is the final SANHOK, seems to be, yes, you see a couple of fights, but you don't see a full squad eliminated yet, just like previous SANHOKs.
About 17 teams remaining out of 18. There's definitely one team out, definitely. But speaking of some teams, right, we mentioned about the Malaysian team going for individual for every single angle and a different compound, right? I do prefer it more like if they go for duos, just like how the Philippines are doing right now, with Shazam pairing up with, I think, with Opti right now, and Ryman, and not really, Opti is taking out the back line. Well, I'm not sure where the last person or last member for the side of Philippines team, but for the side of Laos, this is a bit of a problem. They kind of covered themselves in these buildings, being indoors, couldn't gain access to any information about the surroundings. A bit of a problem if they want to do any rotation wise. And the Philippines might actually look through where Laos are. I'm not sure what Shazam is actually doing. I think it's sort of a ritual, possibly right now, for them to actually win this.
Yeah, I guess it's like the last game ritual of like, oh, I hope that food comes to my table when I'm done. Hopefully someone gets it, because they've been playing as well.
That feels like the story of your life, though.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm not the one having a manager having to able to order food for me.
Wow.
Just
wow,
saying.
that's deep, even for me.
Yeah, it's just like what Adele always say, right? That's how she rolls.
Way too deep.
Yep. In the deep. Very deep.
Too deep into Paradise Resort. We go as a circle right in the center of it. I'm not sure if it's going to hard shift towards the northern side. If it's going to be ended up in Countdown, that's a bit of a headache for the players. But those actually not inside of it. We have also the Singaporean teams, Indonesia coming up from Camp Charlie all the way from south. Also another one from Kampong. So it's going to be a long journey, but they don't have that much contenders in between if they rotate is very slow, as long as they have enough utilities to use with. That's a bigger problem here. We do know for a fact when it comes to this much team in one small map of SANHOK, you can never get enough. There's never enough for everyone.
Yeah, I know, right? Plus, we have more than the usual 16 teams, so sharing is definitely not caring. But sharing for the Indonesian teams, I noticed Ilham, he was holding 14 first aids and 55 bandages, so he's gonna do it again. And I mean, you do whatever it takes to take home maximum points.
That's kind of true. As long as you survive and the others do the shooting, it's okay as long as he's safe till the end of it. Now, back to Indonesia's teams. Sakura with 5 first 8, 17 bandits. Now, we have our eyes on the utilities. Since this is SANHOK, it's not surprised if they resort to a healing game at all. Back to Asal, I don't think bandits work him well enough, but he does get a lot of good equipment here. We're talking about level 3 of VATS and also the bag. And a lot of level 3 amongst all the other players as well. The Myanmars are waiting for anybody to step into Paradise Resort, and this is their resort to capitalize on.
Yeah. But I don't think anyone will go in here right now, because if you're late into Paradise Resort, you might as well just let it go. This kind of circle, it's very likely that Paradise Resort is being secured. And true enough, the Myanmars, they're securing this. Yes, you have the Bruneians across, but everyone's in the circle. So I don't think there'll be big moves into Paradise Resort unless if it's necessary that they need to go through Paradise Resort, then maybe. But if not, I think everyone's just going to chill out here in their own areas.
But it's kind of rare to actually see Paradise Resort ended up as the last few circles, right? Usually it's going to be on the outskirts of it, especially on the southern side of Paradise Resort. And that's the common case. That's why the Bruneians always play at the center of the circle and just, put a bit of a gamble to read out maybe the last few circles. You do see the Bruneians one team going around BAM, but they might have to face again Indonesian teams if they really want to take BAM by themselves. We do have the Myanmars are really close against each other, while we have Malaysian teams tailing from behind very closely of Myanmar one team.
Yep, we have Damroot still tanking out the blue around the areas of ruins, I believe. But now, just looking at the teams, everyone's just playing this chill because they have their own compound in the circle. No big reason for them to move, but maybe for teams on the outer side, we have Chang taking out Bear from Indonesia, but Chang counter-fired by newbies from Brunei. So Brunei and Indonesia, now they are exchanging fire somewhere else.
No execution just yet. I think it's quite a distance between them, maybe more than 150 meters of distance between them, and hence they are not engaging and manage to secure the kills by far. Maybe they have a bit of a room to retrieve back on their feet. But Laos, on the other hand, this is where we kind of worry for them if they've been staying indoors way too much. Gotzi definitely in a very precarious situation where there's 4 of them might open the door later, but Shazam trying to discover a backup position first. Nobody actually spotted out Gotzi yet. Didn't check every single compound or every single structure.
I know, right? So Gotzi, the top eliminator, he's still alive. But wait a second! That one nade came up from back out, and back out with the one nade getting 2 out of the Philippines. Could this be an opportunity for them to take them out? And yes, another nade will take down another Filipino. And now there's only one more left with Zamon, the last man standing. All of a sudden, the tides have turned, the tables have turned, and Raimon now going up against 2 from Lao.
Oh my god, this is really not what I expected it to be. Gotten Becca, what a brilliant bait just now. Becca, you saw how that nade was so golden. Ryman hoping to actually turn the table around just to redeem for his team, but it's just too late now. Crying over spill Mick, Gossy knocked down, but there's too much to handle. They were 4 against 2. Becca, what a clutch, a beautiful, magnificent time for him to get that highlight. 2 nades, triple down, and just finish off by 2 men of Lao.
I know, right? Someone's signing up for basketball because this guy is just scoring the 3-pointers. Man, like literally, he got like 3 elimination points from that, from the 2 nades. That was something. That was an exact
That was
rendition of
insane.
a 3-pointer. The best one ever I've seen.
The best one. You saw how Becca was actually outside of the building just now. He
Mm-hmm.
calculated exactly how many seconds to actually toss out. It was like, okay, I'm gonna toss it down when it's down to like 2 more seconds or 1 more second. It was exactly the time he needs it to be, and that's like very high quality. I have to say, very high quality tossing grenade just now. We saw one of the best by far. Back to the other team. Singapore is going to play along the beach as they are running around the coastline between the waters and also the beach line. So Nasty and also Virgil will have to go against the blue at the same time, hoping nobody actually shooting towards them.
Yep. Yeah, they're playing this really, really safely. Definitely trying to get as much placement points as possible. But the circle moves towards the center of the island, so they need to move in. And we can see here from our view, Cambodia is right in front of them. Philippines, Demigod is still around, but there seems to be a fight happening around the area of Laos, just outside of Pubgm. Someone just got eliminated. So we can expect still more to come as we move on to the next phase of the game.
No, I thought it was the Singaporeans actually being knocked down one, but never mind. They just exchanged fire for now. Managed to get back to their own feet for another Laos team, I have to say. After that performance, I'm at awe. That was like one of the best. The Thais just behind them, where we have another Thais now breaching into Paradise Resort, trying to pick a fight against the Myanmar, who's been sitting here and being taking this as their permanent resident for now, the Myanmar 2 team. And the Thais has come to invade. Now, at the same time, we do have another Thai team across there, nearby somewhere around the corner on the southern side of Paradise Resort, if I'm not mistaken. But Newsy really tried to find any loopholes there, hoping for him to actually start to make a space for the team to get into the entry point of Paradise Resort.
And the first nade has been tossed out, so that's a clue for Thailand to know that someone else is in the Paradise Resort compound. That's going to be Myanmar, of course, but looks like by that information, they're just going to chill. They're going to wait on the outskirts of Paradise Resort. No big reason for them to push hard into Paradise Resort just yet. So they might as well just chill, and maybe the fourth circle will decide whether they still need to do so.
Yep, that's kind of what they are planning to do, since they're taking a small part of it only the small hut outskirts of a Paradise Resort instead of the entire big main building. And Newsy, keep an eye out, being on guard duty this time, making sure nobody gonna breach in or passing by. If they are any, they're gonna start to shoot. But the problem is, the moment they shoot, the Myanmar teams would definitely know that they are there. The Singaporeans, we do have Nasty just arrived, docking himself quite nearby on the northern side of Paradise Resort. While Logan and the rest of them are doing patrols this time, making sure everything is in check. Very, very I don't know, active. You can say these guys just don't know how to rest. It's just nerve-wracking to watch them. Back to his Laos team though. They might be visited by one more team just behind them. We did saw back out highlight clutch just now. Can they do another one?
Yeah, it's going to be against the Singaporeans. So 2v2, at least a fair fight this time. But 40 seconds on the clock, and Virgil is getting closer and closer. Gazi hears all the footsteps. Singapore doesn't know that they're being spotted out. So Gazi is trying to get a good angle. Back out is going to be backing Gazi. And let's not forget, Gazi is our top eliminator at this moment. So definitely has a lot of skill in him. That's the player that you don't want to fight one-to-one.
And Gotsi just spotted out. Definitely there's 2 footsteps. He waited for the other one to pass by and just waiting if there's any more to come before he starts to open fire. Definitely he boosts himself before start of the engagement. But we do have Cambodians still start to shoot quite early on. Shroud on his knees. Now this is not a good sign, Cloud. We do know Shroud always open up the team to get into a very good fight. But this is where he got down first.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to say that maybe it's him doing his opening thing, but at the same time, the blue is closing in, so there's a risk that he may go out Hopefully that's not the case because we did see that Shroud is one of the top eliminators as well. Now without Skynet, and if they lose Shroud, then yes, it's a confirmation that Tony K will take out Shroud. They lost 2 of their top eliminators. Now they need to, depend on the rest of the 2 for maximum points.
This is a bit risky move for the teams that trying to pass by Paradise Resort this late, honestly speaking. You know there's so many eyes on Paradise Resort. Even when you saw the circle is quite in the center of it. And it's best to actually take a longer rotations in a longer route. It's okay to take some time, like if they need to, because this is quite a big move they're trying to cut across and just too much at the risk and too much at stake. The Thais, on the other hand, having this as though is like their festival or sort of a festive day because it's Thanksgiving for them, getting all the elimination points they need to actually overtake back Indonesia at #1 spot.
Oh, yeah, they definitely need a lot more. But at least they're still in the game, so they're okay. But Indonesia now getting elimination points for themselves. Now we move over to Thailand, have Brunei right in front of them. Both teams not getting anything just yet. But the Indonesians, well, at least one of them is going to play the killing game and probably get a second place finish. But Thailand did the same as well, so you can expect them trying to duke it out when it comes to the killing game for the final round.
Imagine both teams out quite early for Indonesia and also Thailand now, and that's going to be a different story entirely. But Happy, he just jumped into the bucket, but at the same time, can he make it? But he has to leave behind some of his teammates. You do see Pemburu try to revive one of the Malaysian teams as well. While they try to finish off Zagi, I think they will secure the elimination. Whatever they can get, they try as much as possible. Never mind. It's a bit too late, but still plays him, finish it off straight away. I'm not sure how the points will be calculated later, but he got himself Pemburu. He got a bit of a loot moment. So he can definitely get all the healing he can try to get from that death box inside us. Watch out, the other Thai team. It's going to be them trying to shoot it down. Cambodians on the other side. So this is not just one team. It's quite a number of teams that inside have to be careful.
Ooh, yeah, that's like what, 3-4 teams in the same area. But 27 will be gunned down by Vape. And now Vape will need to find a way into the circle. Now the zone is starting to close in, but they will need to go through Myanmar right in front of them together with the Bruneians on the right side. Brunei is actually in the circle, as we can see here. The circle shifted down to the southern side a little bit. Myanmar is starting to force their way into the circle, but they may meet up with Malaysia in one of the compounds.
And also the Indonesians as well. It's going to be three-way war. Myanmar, one of them being knocked down, bleeding out. Manat Boy will be finished off straight away. Tamyo tried to take down on across him, but at the same time, too much eyes and not much time. It's not going to make it. Tamyo on his knees. A bit too late for that healing button. And Rith at the same time try to heal him up with a small band-aids. Appy will be revived by Pemburu and the rest of them, and they try to hog into this compound, but it's still risky to stay over here. We have Myanmar's Naughty Boy trying to march forward. Singapore is right in front of him. Quine is down, but we do have cover across him. One more down for Myanmar. Naughty Boy is all down to him. And then exchange with Cabo, but Jenna is there as well. Brunei start to move. What is happening?
Oh, it's actually a third party coming in from Brunei. They're coming in as a mop-up crew, and Brunei can he get it? Yes, he will! Galaxy will be the one to finish up his opponents, and Brunei wins this fight, but he's not done yet. Oh no, there's one more coming in, and it's going to be Newsy going up against Galaxy. The jump shot, and Newsy going to be the party pooper, taking out the Bruneians.
The housekeeping person, and now Romeo is down as well. Myanmar, I think most of them are already down, but whoa, what happened? Loki, what did you do? That was... Oh my god! I'm not sure why, but it seems like... I'm not sure what really happened, but Vuki seems like he's having trouble with himself. He's having some internal conflict with himself, where he hated himself so much he molotov himself twice in a row, and that's gonna be Rith trying maybe to help him up, but in the meantime Rith will actually loot out all the death boxes around him, and Voki trying to get it as well. Now they are right in the center of a circle, but they're sharing it with Indonesia across the street, who's trying to pin down the team coming up from Laos, who being denied entry entirely by the Indonesians.
And guess who has started the healing game? So Ilham has started the healing game. He's healing on the outside. Genta now being counter-fired, not knocked down yet. He has a compound, so he can He can retreat. He can reset himself. Ilham doing what Ilham does while the rest of his team is trying to rank up all the elimination points.
Laos kind of having a bit of a problem, like him trying to heal, but last first aid, Janta is having last first aid as well, didn't heal up entirely. While Red's trying to scout out for anybody who comes in quite late. Laos having a bit of a problem here. The entire team obliterated by Rith. The Malaysians still hanging on while we have Indonesian team. Janta kind of spotted him out, but he's going to be only 2-man squad here. It's going to be a bit of a problem. While in the meantime, he doesn't have enough utilities to work with.
Again, that took a while for him to use that first aid. I think he released the trigger too early or something like that. And, well, I hope he heals up quickly. He needs that, definitely, being that one player inside the zone. Well, not really inside, but at least in the safer spot. Ilham is still playing the healing game, and Genta is now forced to move. Malaysia has the compound. Newsy, on the other hand, doesn't have the compound, but he has the circle. He's playing by the edge of it. Genta needs to cross the road, and this will be a very difficult feat for him.
Yep, seems like Malaysia got the center of the circle, but Newsy and Genta, the one-man squad, it's going to be them trying to prove who's the alpha male, while Ilham is still playing healing game in the back line. All Genta need to do is securing more elimination points, while Newsy might be the third party. The party pooper as always. Genta knocked down. He's bleeding out. There's nothing more he can do. He served his purpose, and that's going to be Malaysian teams getting themselves the last elimination points just now before they spotted out Newsy. Now, Newsy can still clutch if he wants to, but problem is, can he fight against 3-man squad?
Well, we have seen Newsy before being the one-man army. Let's see if we can do it again. He has 16 first aids, though, but his position has been compromised. Griff is trying to move in, and Newsy will be taken down. And Indonesia will secure second place with Ilham playing the healing game. 13 more first aids. It's going to take a while, but Malaysia definitely will take home this final chicken dinner. So it's going to be Thailand number 3. Could Indonesia take home the overall championship? This is a possibility for Indonesia.
But the thing is, Cloud, we're 2 more seconds into the last circle here. If Malaysian teams couldn't hold on before Ilham goes down, now that's going to be a really dramatic ending. I'm not even kidding. Rith and Pupu need to loot up whatever death box they can actually have. We definitely found a couple of first 8, while Ilham still have 8 of them. Do they have enough to survive for the last circle here as it closes on and even shrinking? Waiting for the next circle pops. Hopefully they have enough, because it's going to be a really sad ending for Malaysia if that really happens.
Well, fun fact, there's no way for you to out-heal the 9th circle. So maximum you can heal is until the 9th circle, and that's about it. So definitely Malaysia will not be too worried about that. And there you go. That's your answer, ladies and gentlemen. The moment you hit the 9th circle, there's no way you can heal. And there you have it. Malaysia takes home the final chicken dinner. Will it be a big impact? Not too sure. Maybe not. But for Indonesia getting the second place, that could be something.
Congratulations, that debut is at the end of the show, but still not too late into the party. Malaysia finally secured 1 chicken, but how will it differ when it comes to overall rankings? We have no clue who's taking the number 1 spot, Cloud, as Indonesian teams holding their last breath till the very end. I'm not sure where they ended up when it comes to the placement points, but they definitely rack up a couple of elimination points along the process.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot there, but we'll need to tabulate the points because it's not only about one team, it's also about the other team as well. So that's why it's not that easy for us to know, like, oh, okay, they just need this amount of points and that's it. We're used to looking at just one team, but now we need to tabulate the points for 2 teams, and that is where the question mark is. Did Thailand did enough as a combination? Did Indonesia did enough? Brunei, I don't think so that they can get the number 1 spot, but I think it's still going to be down to these 2 teams, and I think it's going to be really close.
That's kind of true, because Brunei is just an idea of being eliminated quite early. They have a bit of a problem when it comes to SANHOK, but it was nice try coming out from Brunei. I think they definitely can secure the 3rd spot at least. But the circle at start, it was really tough for the players as well. We do know the Paradise Resort have been taken by Myanmar quite for some time, but they just having a tough time when there's a bridge coming out from the Thais. And I have to say, Singaporeans, I'm hoping to see them more in the future, as they do have huge potential, but there's a lot of brushing up to do.
Yeah, there is A lot. That's a lot. So we haven't seen the Singaporeans getting any chicken dinner, but hopefully in future tournaments we'll be able to see them get more out of the regional kind of tournaments. So I think they're the only team without a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. But nevertheless, it's a good show. Definitely a good effort looking at the Singaporeans trying their best to get as much as possible out of it. Maybe it's not their not time yet for them, but who knows in the future. Definitely with more exposure like this, we'll see them up in the map.
I'm loving the Laos versus Philippines just now. That was a clutch coming from Laos team. And Philippines, though, as much as we're rooting for them as well, but it's just so much miscommunications problem. We can see it. Everything just went out and just fall through for them. Everything just in shambles. When one after one being done mistake and nothing can be corrected after that. The mistake's been done and it's just damage all the way. And when it comes to the other teams, though, we do have Indonesian as the top 3 or top 4 just now. Top 4 definitely. And also the Thais. Now, this is a very tight competition, I have to say. And the uniqueness this time we have, not just 18 teams, not just the format points, it's very different. It's also when it comes to crowning the champions, we're having it a very different way with 2 teams count as one for accumulation points. Now, do they have enough for the Thais? We saw the accumulation points are quite a lot. Same goes for Indonesia. I'm not sure how much the difference between them.
Yeah, that's where it becomes tough for us, right? Like I can't tell like who gets more points than the other. I think it's just going to be that close for these 2 teams. But man, I can't wait to see what will the final score be like, and of course, who will be our top eliminators. I hope we get to see that as well.
I do hope at least Shroud get at the number 2 spot because he's really pushing for the entire team. But nevertheless, so many top contenders out there. But we kind of miss Aya. I'm not sure how this is gonna be, but I think Miss Aya will be joining us, or maybe just herself as usual, her gorgeous self. But speaking of which, I do hope we get to listen to our insight as the last team today. The entire cloud is all different country getting chicken dinner.
Yeah, and that is what we wanted, right? That's what we asked for. Other teams to actually step up, different countries to step up. But let's hear it from Ayad.
Wow, guys, that was crazy. I mean, different countries, every map, every round for today. We got Cambodia, Indonesia, Myanmar, and now Malaysia. Actually, I was wondering, what are your feelings and thoughts with the last match? Did you expect that kind of turnout, or did it kind of took you by surprise? And it's Malaysia winning, so congratulations to you guys, actually. Congrats!
Now,
finally, it's
Crap,
chicken
what do you
dinner.
think? I cannot think
Well,
anything.
Help us out,
Well,
here, Sir Cloud.
Well, I think the healing game was kind of expected, if you ask me, because I've seen these 2 teams before in many other tournaments, and I kind of expect them to play the healing game. The Infinity from Indonesia, they always do that. But well, despite them not really playing the healing game, but their survivability is still that high that they were prepared to play the healing game. We saw Newsy with 14 first aids. It's just that because his position has been spotted out, so that was a bit unfortunate for him. But if not, he might out-heal Ilham.
Okay, so there was actually a possibility that Ilham's strategy would actually work at the last match. Would it be like?
I mean, like, Cloud did mention about the 9 circle is not healable, but I saw the potential slightly a bit when I think the Malaysian team a bit reckless. You saw Havuki just going in and kind of being knocked down by the blue zone without any healing after that. So if they actually went in one by one willingly, that would be a bit. I have to say that's a big mistake they're doing, because it's definitely theirs to take if they just stay inside of the safe zone just for a tiny moment. That's it.
I was actually surprised by this strategy. It's my first time seeing this. Has any other countries or in past tournaments had the same strategy as how Ilham did it? Like,
It's very common.
Oh,
It's
very
too common.
common.
It's too common. It's like we just sometimes when we see the list of teams, we get a feel of like, okay, these teams we commonly see them play the healing game. Like Infinity from Thailand is one of it. So there have been a lot of success stories of teams playing the healing game and getting. Well, they don't get maximum points. At most, they'll be able to heal up to a second place. But hey, if you have like 4 SANHOKs, and imagine if you get 4 second places, why not?
Yeah, it's like trying to make the most out of your situation, right? You know, by this time, I think there would be like he could build his own pharmacy, Ilham's pharmacy. You'll never run out of band-aids. but I think we're ready to see who is the grand champion. We're about to announce, I think. Is that right? Back-end team? Yes?
I think production saw scared to type out the accumulations as well. It's so close.
Oh, here we go. All right. Let's check out the leaderboards. And
so,
number 1. Yeah, go. Take it away, Choo Choo.
I mean, like, this is not what we expected. Still gonna see the individual teams, but you guys can do the math yourself for the viewers. I think Thailand definitely closed out quite strong with 190 in the last minute. Indonesian really close by with 3 points away only, Cloud.
Yeah, I know, right? So it's like a 3-point difference between Thailand and Indonesia. But if I do a rough calculation, it does feel that Thailand is number 1, but we'll need to wait for the official stats. Besides that, Cambodia at number 3 with 181 points. Brunei, it's not really their day today. I mean, they had a really, really good day yesterday, but I don't know. It's just one of those days. 148 points for them. And you have Malaysia there as well, 141 points, sharing the same points as Indonesia too. And we have Thailand, of course, and in page number 1, 136 points. Myanmar 129 points. But hey, this is the good news about Brunei. Both of their teams actually got themselves onto page 1.
Yeah, actually, Brunei stepping up in here because it's not only Indonesia to the 2 teams on page 1, but it's actually Brunei along with Thailand. But what about you, Choo Choo? If Sir Cloud thinks that it's possibly Thailand who will be crowned as the champions,
I mean, like, you can count, right? You can count. You just find Thailand 2, Thailand 1, just add it up together with both teams, and then you look at what Indonesia 1, Indonesia 2. Yeah, you do the math. I mean, like, that's it's so obvious. But what I want to actually commend here is Myanmar and Cambodian's teams. They are really getting their feet really hot in today. I have to say, they have my respect with their performance. I'm at awe just about how they. Remember the clutch against, I'm so sorry, but against the Philippine team just now, it was 4v2. It was 4v2.
I know.
They won.
And they still got the win. I know. And yeah, seeing, I'm actually pretty sad about, the Philippines kind of falling off here. But, the number of supporters in the chat is still so crazy, just cheering them on no matter what happens. I mean, PUBG Mobile fan base here is pretty huge. And I'm not surprised with the amount of love and support coming from you. But now looking at the top fraggers, can we talk about it? Sir Cloud and Choo Choo?
Yeah, so it's going to be Genta leading the charts with 35 elimination points for Indonesia. Cambodia, we have Skynet 28 elimination points, actually sharing the same amount of elimination points as Tony K from Thailand. So it's a draw there, but it's nice to see different nationalities on the board. And what I can say about these players, they are amazing.
I think 27 might be Shroud. Maybe he's in 4th place. He's being pushed down there, really close.
I'm actually amazed that there is a Shroud version in the PUBG Mobile scene right here. So now we're gonna look at the top 3 rankings. Let's go. Let's get it. Ooh.
Oh my god!
I knew
wow!
it. I was right.
2 points. 2 points worth of $2,000, $1,000 for each point. That's just how much it was worth between Thai and Indonesia. Imagine how they feel right now as a player.
This is crazy. But just 2 points. But I actually was calculating in my head like who, and I kind of predicted like it would be Indonesia, and I'm actually surprised that it is Indonesia, raking up 330 total score. But again, not by a landslide, because Thailand is just way behind 2 points, and Brunei with 246 points here. So looks like we're ready to announce or crown the grand champions for the Razer Invitational PUBG Mobile Edition.
Wow, I mean, okay, it was down to the final game. Imagine if Ilham didn't play the healing game, he played regularly. Or if they would have swapped, right? Like if Newsy survived longer than Ilham, Thailand would have been champions, and obviously vice versa. So it's crazy. It's crazy. It went down to those two players, and Newsy will be looking at it as like, oh man, if only I somehow found a way to survive longer than Ilham, we would have been champions.
Right?
Oh, Cloud, why you have to put that much pressure on Newsy? Come on, it's not his fault. But that's 2 points. But that's just 2 points.
What can I say? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Cloud. Okay,
No, I mean, I love Newsy as a player personally, though. I love him that much. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is just part of the game, and you wouldn't know whether your opponent is dumb, right? You just play to your heart's content. And so our top 3 countries, congratulations to them: Indonesia 330 points, Thailand 328 points, and Brunei coming into the top 3 246 points. It's a significant difference, but again, somebody have to recognize Brunei in the world of PUBG Mobile.
I agree.
Yes,
And woo, congratulations, Indonesia and Thai getting our first 2 spot. But what do you think of Brunei so far? I mean, like, we haven't seen them a lot in the PUBG scene, but do you think they have what it takes to be one of the best in the world one day?
I believe so, because from yesterday's performance, getting that 3 consecutive chicken dinner, that is not an easy feat. I mean, who can do a repetitive victorious wins in a battle royale game? I mean, it takes up a lot of people in one map, so it means like your odds are lesser and lesser the more players that are in. And for a country or for a team that can continuously come out or secure chicken dinners, that's actually mind-blowing. So I think a big congratulations still goes to Brunei for showing that wonderful performance, and that actually prepares us for the upcoming SEA Games. And that's what the Razer SEA Invitational is all about, you know, getting the next rising stars in the mobile scene.
Cloud, one day you and your team, hopefully. Anybody can anybody can be something these days, you know. But Bruneians, again, congratulations to Indonesia, and also none other than the Thais. We're having a bit of an internal conflict because we have no clue who. But thank you so much. I mean, for me, I want to thank you guys actually watching at home and sharing us so much recipes as well about your traditional food and national food. I mean, like, you guys can actually just hit me up to ask about the recipes as well. But thank you, Cloud, as well. Congratulations on your masters.
Yes, definitely. I will hit you up with the adobo recipe if you ever have any trouble, you know, cooking tonight or tomorrow. Like, Aya, how many eggs should I put in here? How many soy sauce do I put in here? But, you know, speaking of cooking, what about you, Sir Cloud? I know that you've tasted chicken adobo, but have you ever tried making one yourself? Like, I don't know. Like, are you a cook?
Well, the last time I did instant noodle, I almost burned down the kitchen. So definitely don't pass me the keys to the kitchen.
Let's leave the casting to you, but not the kitchen. You can do the casting, but not the cooking. But it's okay. I think it's something that Choo can, you know, teach you. Maybe something. Choo is like a caster / cook / baker, like all in one.
/ mom now. I have to babysit every single person or every single player sometimes when we're overseas. I'm like, okay, I'm always cook for these guys. Always the cook. Even for Cloud.
Wow, you guys just amaze me. Like, I know you've been working very, very long in the industry, and I know a lot of people would love to follow you guys and see more of the amazing Choo Choo and Sir Cloud on the scene. So, why not go shamelessly plug your pages away so people can find you? Let's start with Sir Cloud and then Choo Choo.
Well, I'm not that hard to find, I think. So you can find me on, well, if there's a tagging, it's alias Sir Cloud My. If not, you can search me on Sir_Cloud, just exactly what's mentioned down here. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. I'm everywhere. So feel free to follow me.
Yep, I'll be around everywhere as well. Just alias Chuchu Gaming is gonna be everywhere on every broadcast platform that is possible. I'm just hogging everything myself. Also my Instagram. Also, you guys can check out my page if you guys want to see the amazing unboxing of all the Razer headset we actually got at the back here. So you guys can actually read out the comments about the review as well, because it's amazing. There you go, the Black Shark V2 Pro. It just feels like a pilot when we're wearing this. But thank you guys for your support and love today, and thank you so much for all the teams that participating this time.
Yes, please. Do catch them, guys, and thank you for plugging that in. Look at how gorgeous the Razer Black Shark is just on us. But I think we have updates coming from the back end team. Thank you so much, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud, for that time. And looks like you just want to say congratulations. Can we announce now the official winners or grand champions for the Razer Invitational? Okay, I'm just waiting for the back end team, but again, we're just computing behind the scenes. Okay, I don't want to do a Steve Harvey right here, but let's make it official first. But before anything else, guys, I'm using the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro. Not just me, but including our two amazing, very, very hyper energetic casters, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. We've been using this the entire Razer Invitational tournament, and especially with me, no matter how long the hours that we're using this, it feels very, very light and comfortable on the head. Like, I think it's one of my favorite features from the Razer Black Shark, and that it is wireless. Because nowadays I don't like wires, guys. I just want to be organized. Your setup looks so much sexier without the wires. But don't worry, it actually has the extra cables if you ever need them for charging, or you're just not a big fan of wireless. So yeah, hyperspeed connection, ultra low latency, and hyper clear super cardioid mic. Okay, so once again, I just want to say congratulations to our top 3 countries, Indonesia, Thailand, and Brunei. Congratulations for outperforming the rest of the teams for the past 3 days. And of course, guys, the official announcement will be on Team Razer Facebook page. Just gonna put you in a cliffhanger right there. But go to Team Razer FB page to find out more. And this is not yet the end of the Razer Invitational, because we'll have more tomorrow until the 27th, I think, as we continue on with the Mobile Legends Bang division. So we're going to continue on with that series, 3 p.m., same time, same place. And I have to say goodbye. Yes, this is goodbye once again. My name's Aya Isvarias. Big shout out to Razer and Tier 1 Entertainment for making this tournament possible. But that is all from me for now. You can find me in all my social medias at Aya Ismaria, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch. I am everywhere like Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. Thank you so much, guys, and we see you back again tomorrow. Good night.
Make it clap.